networked with Rafiat. I mean, the both of them are Rafiat. The one on glasses and the one on face cap. Yeah, and they are into picture editing. And I also network with some other people you get.
Please, let's clap for him. Please tell us your name.
My name is Destiny. My name is Destiny. I networked with my seatmates and one other uncle like that. Okay. He's into fashion designing, and the other guy is a photographer.
Please, let's clap for Destiny. So can we please rise up on our feet as we take the national prayer? We all know the national prayer, right? That's the second standard of the national anthem. It will be displayed on the screen. So the national prayer. Second stanza. Okay, this is how we're going to do it. For those that don't know it, I will say it, they will repeat after me. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Can we put our hands together for ourselves? You can have our seats, please. So I'd like to call on Deborah Oyeleye for the welcome address and to tell us why we are all here. You know, the 10X Pre-Conference is tailored towards helping businesses and entrepreneurs, grow their business and 10X their profit. But there are still more things we need to know and more information that will be shared, that will be discussed here, so that we can have more knowledge of how to 10X our profit from the level we are today to the level we want to be in the next future. Please, can we put us together for Rebecca? He collaborates with companies to refine their message, deliver strong visual identities, and align creative direction with business objectives. His approach merged design thinking with real-world strategy, creating visuals that don't just look good, but work effectively. If our hands are not so busy, can we put hands together for Mr. Boluwatife as he comes? We can do better than that, please. As he comes to talk to us on making profits with your brand. Please, let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Good day, everybody. So I want you to do something before I start. Come on, just turn to somebody beside you, ask for the person's name, and share one good thing about the person. Don't deceive the person. Come on, I can't see us doing that. Come on, just turn to somebody beside you. Say one good thing about the person. See me, please. Can you hear me tell that beautiful sister something? Yeah. So like the MC said, I'm Boluwatife Onimesi. Only smile on Saturdays like this. Yeah, so I'll be speaking on making profits with your brand. Making profits with your brand. And please, can we go the slide? Yeah. So please, can you echo this? What's that? Should we share water so that our throat can be open? Okay, please. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, Jima soon. You too know small, you be brand on your. You too know small, you be brand on your. Let me tell you something. I think majority of us don't even know that. You don't know that you are a brand on your own. So I know of someone that cannot wear. So they call it Dunlop slippers, but we call it flip-flop now. That person cannot wear even Crocs from his room to his gate because he simply sees himself as a brand. Recently, I saw something online. A popular, should I say influencer or skit maker, was talking about Ashake. How many of us saw the video? Okay. And he said something. He said, even when Ashake was, okay. Do we know Ashake? Okay. And he said, before Ashake became a star, when he was broke, the guy has always seen himself as a star. He said, when they bought small cars, no, I cannot buy small cars. You will not get money. He has always seen himself as a brand. And let me tell you something. Because you see yourself as a brand does not mean you don't want to use cheap things. You don't want to use affordable things. You always want to go for luxury things. No. You just know, like you have a clarity of your vision. You have clarity of what you stand for. You have a clarity of message. You have a clarity of your vision, what you stand for, and clarity of your message. And let me add this to it. There is emotion in your story. Are you with me? There is emotion in your... There is this thing about... before I like to say that in Africa, but I now realize later that it's not just in Africa, it's everywhere in the world. There's always a story of from grass to grace. I used to sell pure water. I used to work as a bricklayer. I used to do this, I used to do that. Go and check their story, you'll be surprised. The person who said I used to sell pure water, let me tell you this. You will understand that that person was just in a place, maybe his mom's shop, selling pure water. But when he said I used to sell pure water, your head goes immediately to hawking pure water. See, your brand, what is important about your brand is how you tell your story. Don't allow anybody to tell your story. Because someone will not want to give you the accolade. Has it happened to you before? And do you know there's something, Nigeria is a dynamic place. I will not want to use another word. It's a dynamic place. When we want to say, you see the things that we love doing in Nigeria is that, I'm sorry, apologies for people who don't understand Yoruba. Do you understand how we love challenging ourselves on how we've suffered? And if there is someone in that midst not sharing, that person was just like, I cannot relate. There's just, GRE. So there is an empathy, there is an emotion that follows that grass to grace story. In that midst, if they want to bless anybody, they will give the money to the people who have suffered. I have never seen people raising money for people who are well-to-do before. It does not happen. Anybody you know that is well-to-do and people are raising money for them, there is always an emotional story behind it. Maybe the person says, I lost so. And people are, sorry. And the person just turn off the camera and the person start crying. Some people will say, I can relate. God is your strength. And they start. Have you even wondered? You don't have 1,000 followers. You don't have to up to 1,000 followers. Someone with 1 million followers lost their account. You started resharing on behalf of the person. Please, so lost their account. Please follow the person back. It is not the level of that person. It is the story that is being told. Are you with me? Are you with me? Yeah. So you must ensure that you tell your story yourself. Don't allow anybody to tell your story. If you want to, okay, how many of us have seen maybe someone you know, someone we know, someone you know on the pages of newspapers, like Guardian? Have you seen it before? Okay, yeah, thank you. It is not Guardian that called the person, no. Most times, I'm telling you for free. The person will just, I want to sell a product. They will just invite them, and they will tell their story. Because if another person tells your story, I'm particular about the story. If another person tells your story, you'll be like, no, this is not me. You'll be like, it will not connect. And there is something about us Nigerians. Between yesterday night and this morning, how many of us listen to the news? Let me see our hands. Between yesterday night and now, how many of us have checked any gossip blog? Okay, I think because I added gossip. How many of us have seen any post by Tunde Headnotes? Gossip me, Insta blog. Since we have, okay, thank you. We have more people that have checked. So what we don't understand is those days, we pay attention to lab. Okay, it's only other day said he listened to the news. In those days, sir, are you Yoruba, sir? You listen to Labe Orun, right? Oh, you know what Labe Orun? How many of us know Labe Orun? Oh, thank you. There is attention to Labe Orun than news. See, there's a way they will cast news that they will say things like, we lost 20,000 people around, and you will not know. But if, what was it called? The presenter of Labe Orun, if they read that into your ears, why do we listen to advert like, Joe Mommy? Your emotion, your heart will be beating alongside. These people are telling stories. And you need to tell your stories like that. Your story must be compelling. Are you with me? Your story must be, when you hear people say, I have no family, it's the person that did not reach out to the family. Oh. Are you with me? It's not like they don't have family, but it is the person that did not reach out to the family. But they need to tell the story in a way that people will have empathy, like, you're really going through it. And it's so funny. You can see people in Big Brother Naija house. There are even brands that they don't have fancy logos, they don't have fancy colors, and they are selling. They work on the process, but they are not obsessed with the process. So when they are with a brand designer or brand strategist, what they are doing is, this is the story we want to tell. This is not how we want our logo to be. That's not what they are saying. No. It is not this is how we want our logo to be. This is the story we want to tell. This is the message we want to communicate to people. Your brand is not about what we want to do. It is how we want to pass our message to people. Are you with me? How we want to pass our message to the people. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so the three pillars of branding: clarity, visibility, and clarity, visibility, and conversion. See, if they don't get it, they won't buy it. If they don't get it, they won't do what? They won't buy it. If people cannot understand what you are doing, people will not buy from you. Why should they buy from you? You think you are the best graphic designer? No. You think you are the best mechanic? No. And I tell people, no, the vocation we do in this life, any vocation, you can be a millionaire, a billionaire from it. Have you ever wondered who are the people repairing Rolls Royce? People tell their story. So if people did not get it, they will not buy it. Because clarity is everything. If you are unclear about your vision, nobody will buy from you. If you're unclear about it, nobody will buy for you. So at times you don't need to sound bigger. It is not every time. Luxury what? Product of 5,000 naira, 20,000 naira luxury. Why? You don't need to sound bigger, you need to sound clearer. You are a student, you are selling jewelries, you are putting luxury. Who are you selling to? So people should use the alawi to, no, nah. So you don't need to sound bigger, you just need to sound clearer. So please, I want you to write this down and ask yourself this question. Who am I for? What problem do I solve? What happens after someone buys from me? The amazing thing is this, most brands cannot answer all this, even you. It is not everybody that will patronize you. Be fine with that. Not everybody will patronize you. You should have your own customer, like your own customer base. Some people, like from 5,000, you cannot purchase their products. And they don't say it is luxurious products. You can't just buy from them. So, ensure that you are unforgettable. Hello? How many of us, like in the secondary school we attended, or I don't know if you're still in secondary school, but the secondary school we attended, there's always this thing, forget me not. You now write your, rare, yes. Forget, and it's amazing. There was some time ago when I was in secondary school, a senior came to the school and like already successful person. And when they mentioned his name, if you attended my school, you would have seen that forget me not somewhere. It means that this person is unforgettable. You know, if you remember, I said, you too, you are a what? You too, you are what? You are a brand. Ensure that you are unforgettable. Ensure you are what? You are unforgettable. And it really helps you when you're unforgettable. You don't just post today. In the next 5 days, we can't see you again. Posting maybe any flyer that is not your brand. Doesn't work like that. So clarity isn't just what you say, it's how people feel also. It's how people feel. If they feel seen, if they feel understood, they will pay attention. If they feel seen, they feel understood, they will do what? They will pay attention. And your first profit is attention. Your first profit is what? Your first profit is attention. Number 2 is visibility. Most times, the number of followers you have does not equate to profit. Are you with me? As a matter of fact, it equates to frustration at times. If you have plenty of followers and you don't have money, it is frustration. Because everybody thinks you have money. So people will be disturbing you. 2K, 5K, hey, I don't have. I have a friend who is an artist. And when this guy was struggling, but because people see him post pictures with celebrities like A-list artists, billions every day, this guy started borrowing money. And one day I told him that, do you know, you don't even need to borrow money. All these people that are billing you, you can turn them to your fan base. Like, these are your community. Let these people understand that you don't have money, but you have good music. These people will be the one hawking your songs. Are you with me? If you want to show Bigiano, Omona Brokiano with that, you are going Brokiano. Visibility is important. Are you with me? You can't be the best kept secret. Are you Ballon d'Or? Hello? You can't be the best kept secret. You can't be the best kept secret. I don't want people to know what I'm doing. Let me shock you. People don't even know what you are doing. How many times people on your contact, have you noticed they ask you that, what do you do? Are you with me? People will ask you, what do you do? At times you tell them, I never knew. I never knew you were a photographer. And you are posting every day. So you need to ensure that your visibility is so strong. Let me tell you something. You can have the best offer in the world. How many of us know one person that is so good in what they do, but people don't know them? You know a mechanic that is so good, but yet people don't know them. And if people don't know them, it means they can't have money. Are you with me? You know, I said the first profit is what? Attention. So visibility is not about shouting louder. It's about you speaking what matters most. You don't need the right attention. You need the right attention. You don't need everyone's attention. You need the right attention. Let me tell you a story. In 2020, I lost everything. There was no family, there was no friends. And Mr. Ayolu Oladele, he took me in. He fed me, gave me clothes, and he helped me. He gave me my first speaking platform, gave me my first clients, and to where I am today. We've done several deals together. This man has really helped my life, and I cannot but help to be here. Please, can you give me the next slide? What's that? Can you read the... What's this? So what I just told you now is small lamba. Not that it did not happen, no, but that was not the way it... Emotional engine. You remember when I was talking about it? Like, you must tell a compelling story. The way I said it now, I'm saying, Mr. Ayolu Oladele. But I tell you, he's a fantastic man. Please, can you give him a round of applause again? Yeah, he actually helped me. So, people don't buy facts, they buy feelings. Hello? People don't buy facts, they buy feelings. Instead of telling people that you sell, telling people that you sell jewelries, why not tell them I sell 2K rings? Hello? Why not share a video and tell them that you remember when you were a student, you were broke, you were this, and you could not afford the basic rings and earrings. But you yourself, you went to, what's that market in Lagos? Trade fair. You went to research and I'm back with 2K rings. I'm telling you, it's not every product that is 2K. Some people will come because of that 2K and you will upsell to them and you will sell things of 10,000 naira going to 500,000. So you don't sell facts, just sell feelings. People don't need you to tell them. How many times have you took Coke and you check the, the nutrition facts? How many times have you done that? Do you realize that when you drink, I know that we'll be able to relate with this one. When you see pure water and bottled water, it has happened many times. Put pure water here, put bottled water here. You see people there, I want that pure water. I want that bottled water. In the moment anybody carries bottled water like this, that's the moment some people will be thirsty. Has it happened to you before? You don't buy bottled water. The moment you carry bottled water like this, that's the moment people will be thirsty. Hey, please, I need water. I need to cleanse my throat. What happened to bottled water is they sold feelings. They did not sell facts. How many times have you read the Ajaokuta, we made this water in Olumo Rock. It does not. How many times have you checked that? No. You don't check that. So it is important that you sell feelings. It is important that you put stories in what you do. It is important. It is important to let people know how you feel. Be so passionate about how people perceive your brand. Are you with me? Be so passionate about how people perceive your brand. Let me add this thing. You see, your actions and inactions in your business is also branding. Are you with me? If you are the best, if you tell people that you are the best doctor, that's a brand. But if people know that you don't attend to people on time, that's another word. So people will add this, that It's good though, but contact attending Eleku. It's not that you are not, but that's your brand. So let me leave you with this. You don't need a new logo. It seems someone is about to contact their graphic designer already. Yeah, you don't need a new logo, to be honest. What you need is a clearer promise. You don't need to post more. I know there are people that are judging themselves, have not posted today. You don't need to post more. You need to position better. You need to do what? Position better. Let people see you. It's not about posting more. Yes, algorithm favors you at times when you do that, but position better. You don't need to sound louder. You need to sound more authentic. And I will end with this. There is a popular content creator, a skit maker. I have seen a lot of his content. But there was one time he was given an award. And in that award event, they now called the name. People now sat down. And they were looking. And do you know the name they called is Mr. Funny? And people were looking. When he now came out, people now said, oh, Sabinus. People now stood up, they now started clapping. Because a lot of us don't know him as Mr. Funny. So you don't need to sound, you need to sound authentic. You need to sound like your real self. Because when they say Mr. Funny, yes, because it's so funny, people can relate. But you see the Sabinus sells more than Mr. Funny. So let me tell you, ask yourself, what are you going to do after this event? Our speakers, amazing panelists, they're still going to share a lot more with us. But keep asking yourself, what are you going to do with your brand? Are you going to sell facts or you are going to sell feelings? Thank you so much.
We can do better than that. Can we put us together for Mr. Bolo? He has shared important and very, very strategic insights for us on how to handle our brand. He said something about most of our brands. When we are talking about branding, we have to sell emotions. And the three pillars that we need are, can we recite them together? The three pillars that we need are what? We can do better than that. Clarity, visibility, and conversion. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Boluatefe. So moving on with the order of today's program, we have our next speaker in the person of Mr. Adedayo. And before he comes to the stage, I will be reading his citations. So Mr. Adedayo is a visionary digital strategist, educator, and youth empowerment advocate, passionate about helping individuals and businesses grow through knowledge and creativity. He represents excellence, value, and impact, blending education with practical skill development to raise a generation of thinkers, creators, solution-driven entrepreneurs. In April 2025, Adedayo trained over 1,000 NYC core members in Ogun State. Can we put that together for him? In collaboration with the NYC Said on digital marketing and business growth strategies, equipping them with the tool to scale their businesses and expand their influence online. Over the years, he has worked with more than 50 brands across diverse industries. Can we put that together for him again? Helping them to bring clarity, structure, and definition to their system, transforming their online presence, marketing strategy, and brand positioning for measurable growth. Driven by purpose and integrity, Adedayo continues to inspire others to believe in their potential, build sustainable brands, and make a lasting difference through digital empowerment and innovation. If our hands are not too busy, can we please put our hands together for Mr. Adedayo as he comes to shed more light on the psychology of profit on social media.
All right, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, please, it's Ade Daniels, not Adedayo. Thank you. Okay, so a quick one before we start. I would like to ask a few questions, and I want you to answer me with a show of hands. So, I believe everyone here, we are here to learn about profits, 10x to profits, and the theme is profit first. And I would want you all to listen to me carefully because I will be sharing more on models and structures, and I want you to follow me closely. So, first one, how many of you here, you know somebody that is doing exactly what you are doing, and they are earning more than you? With a show of hand. I like the energy. I like the energy. How many of you here, you know somebody that is doing what you are doing? You know that you are better than them, and they are earning more than you? Show of hands. Thank you. One more question. How many of you here, you want to change that analogy starting from today? Show of hands. All right, thank you. The first slide, please. This morning, I'll be speaking on the psychology of profit leveraging on social media. The psychology of profit leveraging on social media. Basically, the first speaker, please let's appreciate him, Mr. Bolu. He had a sneak peek into my slide because my plan was to come here and give us, because my time is short, but I want to give us a full package on what it means to enter the media space, social media, leverage on it, and have a sustainable result. Please don't be deceived. Because the theme is profit first does not mean that you would go to gym to be fit for profit. You cannot go to the gym to be fit for profit. There are structures to be done. So, second slide, please. The PFA model. I'll be showing us the PFA model. The PFA model. I will be speaking on the PFA model. And the P stands for personal branding. The P stands for personal branding. Next slide. The P stands for personal branding. The F stands for funnel. And the A stands for automation. The P stands for personal branding. The F stands for funnel. And the A stands for automation. Basically, I don't want to talk much about personal branding because the first speaker has said a lot about personal branding. But just to say a bit about it. Personal branding, like what he has said, is what people see about you when you leave the room. And remember, he said that if you are key about building it and you are not, you are building one. In the sense that if you are key on, okay, this is how I want people to perceive me, you are building it, people will perceive you that way. But if you are not building how you want people to perceive you, people will perceive you the way you don't know you have pictured yourself. You understand what I'm saying? So let me give you an analogy. Let's bring out, if we have 5 graphic designers or 5 fashion designers, and we ask them what they are earning. One is earning 5 million annually. We have another one, 500,000 annually. And the other one doesn't even have an annual. It's just when, like, Osu. The difference between them, I tell you, the difference between them is personal branding and skill sets. But let's say the 3 of them, they have good skill sets. Personal branding would make a difference between you and the person that is earning more than you. Where you want to be from now, the difference between you and the person that is earning more than you is knowledge. It is compulsory and it is important that you know where you are. You know where you are supposed to go and you know how to get there. It's a different case if you know that, and it's another case if you now don't know that this is where I'm supposed to be and now I'm supposed to get there. But when you have that knowledge, when you now break it down, you're like, okay, this is where I'm supposed to go. One of the things that will help you is personal branding, because you have to look like your future. You have to look like where you are going to. If you don't look like where you are going to, you will not attract the right people that will help you to get where you are going to. Do you agree with me? Because if you know, at some point in my life, I started with graphic design. I was praying, God, make me the greatest graphic designer. Meanwhile, my skill set was crying. At that point, I didn't even know there is something called principle of design. But it was ignorance. I knew that I need to get to this place. There are some people I need to consult for. So when my story changed was when somebody asked me to do something, and it was the client that was explaining to me what he wants. I've not heard it before, but as per Omogbon, you understand? I was like, okay. I sat down with YouTube, tried to ask people, tried to learn. It was in that process that I realized that there is a lot I don't know. So in that point, I started looking for people that look like my future. Before I transitioned into marketing, people that look like where I'm going to. And I started learning. I highlighted the things I want to learn. So I said all that to say that personal branding is important. Because if you don't have a strong personal branding, forget about making sales. Forget about 10xing your efforts. If you put a lizard down, and let me give you this example. You have a bottle, you have 3 bottles here, and there's a label of Coke, there's a label of Fanta, there's a label of bottled water. The first one, you call it what? Coke bottle, Fanta bottle, water bottle. Why? It is their label that projects what you call them. Your personal branding is what projects what they call you. If your personal branding is not right, don't expect to get the right kind of people you want. Do we understand? So I said the PFA model, personal branding, and I'll be going to funnel. Funnel. So when you have built your personal brand and it has started looking like where you want to go to, it has started looking like it's already looking right to attract the right people. You need to build the right funnel. A lot of people that are in business, they are not getting sales. They are not making the kind of profit they are supposed to make because their funnel is not right. You might have heard sales funnel before, and sales funnel is the marketing term used for the journey a customer goes through on their way to purchase. In simple terms, I plan not to use any marketing flux. In simple terms, sales funnel is the journey you went through before you buy anything. That is sales funnel. It's you that don't know that you are passing the funnel, but the person that brought you passed you through a funnel. You understand what I'm saying? So sales funnel, it has a lot of stages, but I'm going to show you just 3 stages. Just 3 stages here. Can I have the 16th slide? The 16th slide. The 16th slide. So at the first stage of the funnel is attract. The first stage of that funnel is attract. You need to be able to attract the kind of people. And remember, I started with personal branding, the PFA model. So it is your personal branding that will help you to attract the kind of people that you need to. But that aside, in the funnel is attract. You can attract several people. It is you that will determine the kind of person that you want to attract. So in the first funnel, you need to learn how to attract. And in this attraction, before you enter a house, you have to knock. And how do you? Your knocking on social media is your content. You cannot just go on social media and the kind of thing you are posting there, I'm still going to talk of content structure. The kind of thing you are posting there is not the kind of content that can attract the kind of people you need in your business. Okay, let me give us this example. Earlier this year, I got a call from a brand in the United Kingdom, the catering brand. And she reached out to me that, she said, Daniel, I was the first to ask her. I said, Daniel, I have been doing this thing. I'm not a social media person. But I used to see my friends, they used to post, and I'm envious. I don't know how to do this thing. So we did a proper brand audit. Our page was nonsense. We had to do a brand audit, check did research on our competitors, and we did what is called reverse engineering. What is reverse engineering? Check what other people are doing. Look at it carefully. Look at the mistake they are making. Look at the things that is working for them. And you also apply it, putting your own model. Do you understand what I'm saying? There is nothing new under the sun. Even the scripture says this, there's nothing new under the sun. Everybody that is creating something got the idea from somewhere. Even God created something from nothing. There's still thing inside. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you get ideas from existing things already. So we did reverse engineering, and I tell you, within 30 days, started getting at least 2 leads per day. 2 leads per day. And what did I do? One of the first things I did was that she's in London, and I made research, and I saw that most of the brands in London, they used to put London caterers. But what she deals with is African food, and she sells in London. So I added London caterers, and I added African food. If you pick your phone right now, as you're sitting, pick your phone right now, and go on Instagram, and search for London caterers, the first name that you see is Yeti Delicacy. The first name that you see is Yeti Delicacy. So why? Why did I do that? Because I know that if somebody is new to London, or maybe somebody has a caterer in London, and the caterer is already messing up, the way our fashion designers sometimes mess up with our clothes. And I'm like, I need to call somebody for my event. You will go on Instagram, and you search for what? Caterers in London. So because I already put it in the name, it's popping it first. Do you understand what I'm saying? What did I do there? I already positioned the brand to attract the right people. Do you understand? That is attraction. You need to position yourself to attract the right people. That is the funnel. Can I have the slide again? Funnel. The next one is nurture. It is not enough to attract. Your content is like the knocking. Your nurture is like your content is the I. Your nurture is how have you been. Your content is the I. Your nurture is how have you been. You start the conversation. If you cannot nurture a lead, we call lead potential customers. If you cannot nurture a potential customer, don't expect sale. Don't expect sale. Because there are some people that I was speaking with somebody yesterday, and the person was telling me that it is when you start reading books that you realize that there's a loss that you don't know. You will now see that, I've been dumb for so long. He was not saying something about the book that I read. that he read a particular book and he was challenged about sales. And he saw that there were some people that have approached him in the past. And they were like, I would have loved to get this, but I'll get later. Not because they don't have the money. And he too, he accepted that you'll get later. And he didn't follow up. And he lost the lead. So if he had knew the knowledge of nurture, he will know that people need persistent follow-up. All of you here, you will agree with me that there are some things that you don't want to buy, but because of follow-up, that's why you bought it. Do you agree with me? There are some things that you don't want to buy, it's because of follow-up, that's why you bought it. So that is why do you think Coca-Cola is still running ads? Is there anybody here that does not know Coca-Cola? And they are still running ads. Why? Because research has shown that when an advert shows in your face multiple times, it shortens the time to close. It shortens the time to close. The people buy easily when they have seen your advert consistently. So you need to learn to nurture. How do you nurture? You nurture with follow-ups. It's at this stage that you send emails. You think banks, they are stupid when they send you happy birthday message. No, they are not. They will send you happy clinical democracy. Clinical, today we have upgraded something. Children's Day, Workers' Day, Parents' Day, Nephew Day. You see what I'm saying? It is follow-up. It's to tell you. You see that way if they want to follow up on you, on your birthday, they say, Dear Daniel Adeniji, you will feel so personalized that, oh my God. That is a follow-up. That is a strategy. They understand the funnel. They know what it means to bring people from potential customers to customers. Earlier this year, there was a time I needed to open a bank, Starting Bank, and I needed to do it for a transaction. And after the transaction, I stopped using it. So they were now threatening me that we will block the bank. In my mind, I'm like, I already have like 5 local banks that I'm using. I don't need it. So they were always sending message. Then I sent some message one time that, hi Daniel, recharge 100 naira today and get 1,000 on your clinical. I say, no now. You want the market for marketing strategies? No now. You understand what they are doing them? It is follow-up. They understand that this person, it might not be that he doesn't need this. And funny enough, if I need to now open another local bank at that point, the first person that will come to my mind is Stanbic. Do you understand? It's Stanbic. That is the power of follow-up. Are we together? If you are enjoying me, can I have a show of hands? That's the power of nurture. The slide again. And the last one is convert. It is a different thing to attract. It's a different thing to nurture. You have to learn how to convert. You need to learn how to convert. As one of the people that they used to learn this thing by default is realtors. Please let's celebrate see your views. Have you seen realtors content on Instagram? All of you know, love Lagos, you will love it. They will say, you must convert. So because they have sales targets, if you are not meeting, not even realtors alone, people that are marketers that are working in bank, they have targets. Earlier this year, somebody was meeting me, I think around June. She works in GTB. She said, they brought their billboard. I was at an event at that point. We need to open banks. She came to me, I said, I already have local banks. I have plenty. I cannot open. She said everything. She said, don't worry. In my mind, and I remember that at first, the first 3 conversation, I said no, blank no. She said everything. I said, you cannot convince me. The fact that I know that you want to be using this money for me, no, you cannot convince me. So when I was now working, I remember that there's a conference I wanted to do, and we need a bank to collect the money into. And I don't want to use all of my banks. So I need to ask her that, is there a limit that, I don't want to come to the bank to come and be upgrading limits. I don't want to be staying. She said, no, I can do it for you. I can help you to upgrade the limit. You don't have to do anything. I'll be your bank manager. I say, okay. So let's open it. And she did everything right there. It was after I opened it that I realized that it's not possible. She just lied to me. But her goal was to what? Convert. But I'm not saying you should lie. I'm just saying that you need to learn to convert. Understand people. There are some people that are called hot leads. People that they're just scrolling on Instagram. They have the money in their account. They have been saying, what will I buy this money? They have screenshots, plenty screenshots on their phone. They also want black gown. That is straight. They don't message you on Instagram. How much is this gown? You reply 3 days after. Hot leads. Law. They are not. You have to. One of the ways to convert, you are prompt to response. You see that some people that they have good customer care and they respond to you faster, you love them better. Why? They've learned conversion. They've learned this phone. I wrote here, this is where people stop browsing and they start buying. This is where people stop browsing and they start buying. If attract is the first handshake and nurture is the conversion, you need to talk to people. You need to respond fast. Respond fast to people. Right now, all the messages on your WhatsApp, I understand that some people are extraordinarily busy, but the important ones, please respond to them. Because the truth is that you are building a kind of habit. When you don't respond to clients faster, you are building a kind of habit that even if you have big people, you will not be able, you will just feel like I can't respond to them, and you are putting a lot of money on the table. Do we understand? You are putting a lot of money on the table. And this will lead me, from this morning, this will lead me to one of the things that a lot of people have been bothered about in ways to attract leads, which is Facebook ads. Facebook ads. I've met a lot of people. They will tell me, I've been running ads. I've given money to people to run ads. I'm going to show you, by the grace of God, I have run over 500 ads, successful 500 ads, and it did not fail. Of course, there are some that are unsuccessful, but successful ones, over 500. And I'm going to show you the slide when it gets there. So, ads is not magic, and they are not miracle. They only give you what you ask for. Facebook ads is not magic. They are not miracle. They give you what you ask for. So, if you now see that your ad is not running well, that was what you asked for. Now, there are a lot of things that business owners used to miss out in running of ads. There was a time one of my clients reached out to me. He has a consulting company that used to recruit people. He just called me in the middle of the night. It's an issue if you're a bachelor and not married. They can call you at any time. Just called me by 12. Say, Daniel, I said, sir, can you talk now? I said, yes, even if you cannot talk now, that's your business. He said, you want to hire people. There's a company that's contracting, a big company, multinational. They want to hire people now. And I need you to run ads. I said, sir, we cannot run ads now. He said, the way they are mounting pressure on me, do you want me to die? I said, no, sir. You will waste money. Why? Because for the past about 6 months, we've not done anything on the Instagram page. And we want to run ads. People are not stupid. I want you to notice, have you never wondered how Temu got all of us in Nigeria? You've not wondered. One of the things they did is to ensure that they were already prepping you. They know that Nigeria are stubborn. They will not want to buy, who will want to remove their money and come and bring it down. In as much as, forget about the fact that the way we are stubborn, we can still, not everybody here, but we can still be stupid sometimes. Because I can imagine how we are stubborn, we are not buying things, and we are still falling for Ponzi scheme. How? How? So, Temu got in by prepping you. A lot of business owners, you just want to come on Instagram, come on social media pages, start posting, and tomorrow you want to run ads. No, people are not stupid. If you that are sitting here, somebody is running ads, and you go to the person page and you saw one post, will you buy? Or you saw posts and none of it is showing that this person knows what he's doing, you will not buy. You will think that there are several other people. You even want to check 5 to 6, 10 people. So you need to position your brand in a way that if you are one of the 5 to 10 people that they are checking, you will stand out. You will stand out. And what will make you outstanding is understanding. What will make you outstanding is understanding. And that's what you are getting here. So you will stand out. You will stand out. Because of my time, I just want to show you reasons why ads fail. The reasons why ads fail is because people have wrong objective. They have wrong objective. You want a message ad, you want to get messages, you want to get leads, or you are picking an objective that will get you likes. Meta will only give you what you ask for. That is it. They will only give you what you ask for. And the last one on my model, PFA model, I said the P is what? The P is what? The F is what? And in the funnel we have attract, nurture, and the last one is automation. Automation. Most of you here, you are not making enough sales you are supposed to make because the things that is supposed to be delegated, you are not doing by yourself. Only you, business owner, you want to handle 100 clients and you want to be responding by yourself. When there are a lot of things to automate, there are things that is meant to. Automation is not replacing human being; it is replacing procrastination. Automation is not replacing human being; it is replacing procrastination. You have shot 30 days content on your phone, and you're like, I'll post it every day. One day will come, you just wake up, you feel like sleeping back, and you will miss the posting time. That's what I'm saying. I'll do it later. Once everything is scheduled, it will post by itself without you even bothering about it. You understand what I'm saying? So automation is the major thing in your business that can 10x your efforts. It can 10x your profit rather. I beg your pardon. It will 10x your profit. You should not, in as much as I understand that everything you need to do requires a lot of effort, you have to be intentional. So a take home from here and everything I've said, I said a lot of things. Moving on from here, when you get home, write out one line, what you do. Because of time, I would like to show us the ad so it don't look like I was making mouth. When you get home, for your personal brand, write out what you do. Please, can I have my slide on page 13? Slide 13. What you do. Write out, I help who to achieve this and by this. What you do, how you help them to achieve this, to achieve it, how, what you achieve for them, and how you help them to achieve it. What you do, 12. What you do, how you help them to achieve, and what you achieve. Once you can get a one line of personal brand, if people can't recognize what you've told them, they cannot remember you if they want to give you a gig. Personal branding, you should be able to recognize. And after that, you should now create a funnel. Write down that 3 things. This is just the ad for just last month. This is over 30 ads. Write down your that funnel that I wrote. Attract. What's the next one? Nurture and convert. Write it down and craft that strategy. If you are just starting out, you should not think about people reaching out to you. Build yourself first. It is how you position yourself. That is how people will see you. I am Jade Daniels, the bridge between your business and the customers you are looking for. Thank you for your time.
We can do better than that. Please let's put our hands together for Mr. Ade Daniel. Sorry about the wrong pronunciation of name the other time, sorry. So I think he has said a lot about personal branding, funnels, and automation. So what can we say? What are the 3 funnels again regarding how to grow our brands? Attract, nurture, and conversion. You know, it's one thing to, like you said, a few years ago, I tried running a business, a thrift business, and my brother taught me how to run ads. I did the ads. I had over almost 20 responses, but none of them bought one clothes for me. It was sad. That's when I understood the fact of business is not for everybody. Some people are just really good at what they do, but when you have applied some certain principle to it, it shows you how to go about certain things. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Ade Daniel, for that. So moving on now, we're moving on to spoken words by one of our volunteers in the person of Mrs. Tabitha. Please can we put our hands together for her? So this time around, the spoken word is going to be virtual. So we'll be seeing that on our screen shortly. Over to the media. Okay, so after the spoken word, we're going to be having our first panel session. And we're going to be having Mr. Ade Daniel on stage with us. Can we put our hands together? We can do better than that. We're also going to be having Mr. Boluwatife Onimesi, the first speaker. And also the host and convener of this event, Mr. Ayoluwa Oladele, popularly known as what? We can do better than that. Popularly known as what? Don't worry, when it's time, I'm going to read his citations. He has a lot of amazing records you guys are going to learn from.
Listen carefully. Let's make it clear. In business, strategy will see you through. Build a brand that stands tall and strong. Deliver value and your profits will belong. Innovate, adapt, and always be bold. For in the market, only the agile will unfold. Focus on customers, their needs, and their pains. Solve their problems, and your profits will sustain. Cut costs, increase efficiency, and don't be slow. For in the game of business, only the swift will grow. Build a team that's driven, passionate, and bright. Together you will conquer day and night. Profit is the pulse that keeps the business alive. So chase it wisely, and your success will thrive. Market trends, analyze them with care. Stay ahead of the curve and your profit will share. Risk management is key, don't be afraid to hedge. For in the world of business, caution is your pledge. Learn from failures and don't be blue. For every setback is a chance to break through. Network and build relationships that last. For in business, connections will last forever. Stay disciplined, stay focused, and don't stray. For in the journey of business, discipline will pave the way. Profit is not just a goal, it's a measure of might. So strive for excellence day and night.
question I'd like to ask our panelists. Can you please go to our Instagram handle, which is at 10x your profit, then send a direct message to us. Your questions will be read on stage. Thank you very much. The Instagram handle again is 10x your profit. Please follow the page and send a direct message to us. Thank you very much. Good morning once again, our panelists. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to host this, to moderate this particular panel session. So without taking much of our time, we'd like to have, hear from Mr. Tenek himself, the reason or idea behind this thoughtful event, this initiative, 10x your profit, and the theme is profit first. So what was the idea that bettered this particular conference?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Yes, the idea behind 10x your profit is that, okay, it's a story, just like Mr. Onimesi mentioned earlier. He said everything in business should be about storytelling. And I helped the brand a little while ago, around November last year, to increase their profit from 300,000 monthly to 3.2 million over a period of 3 months. And this was a strategy that I came up with, and I tried to apply it with other businesses, and I saw that it worked. Of course, I didn't always get the times 10 result, but I was always getting times 5, 7. In some cases, I was able to get maybe 10.5, times 11. And I discovered that a lot of businesses, the scripture says that people perish because of lack of knowledge. Yes? So a lot of businesses perish because they don't have enough knowledge that can help them to grow beyond where they are and where they ought to be. And that was how the idea 10x your profits came. And it was from there, the brand that started calling Mr. 10x. And Mr. 10x, Mr. 10x, you helped us 10x our profit. And then from there, the name stuck, and here we are, 10x your profit.
Can we put hands together for him? Now, this question is for Mr. Ade Daniel. He says, if you could identify one game-changing principle that help you scale profits faster and smarter, what would it be?
One game-changing
principle that help people, scale up their profits smarter.
Okay, so basically, when a lot of brands wants to scale, they are scaling noise and not system.
They are scaling noise and not system, in the sense that you cannot have a brand that does not have a structure for system and you will talk about scaling. Because when we say scaling, it means that you are expanding your horizon to handle more businesses that come to you. So if you cannot handle 5, 6, 10 people, how do you want to handle 100 people? So a strategy that would work first is to work on your system. How do you automate things? I was speaking about automation, hands on deck, and you want to scale, you have to do that. So a strategy that will work for scaling is to focus on the system. Focus on the system first. Make sure that the system would suit what you're about to scale. Then you can now talk about scaling. Does that answer your question?
Like, if I'm not wrong, you said something about creating a system first before they can start scaling. Okay, ensure that the system can serve the scaling before they start scaling. Thank you very much for that. So, Mr. Boluwatife, in your experience, what's one mindset shift an entrepreneur must have before they can multiply their profits?
Okay. Can you come again?
So the question is, in your own experience, or from your own experience, what is one mindset shift all entrepreneurs must have when it comes to branding?
Okay, mindset shift that every entrepreneur must have when it comes to branding. Like I said the other time, I really emphasize about storytelling, not just about the skill set. Your story must align with your skill set. So you will see people saying that they know how to do something better than others. But what story are you telling around that thing? And the beautiful thing about branding is this. let me say this. Good design is decoration, but great branding, or let me say good branding is decoration, but great branding is communication to the people. So when you are able to communicate, and you understand what communication is, I can talk to you, you can understand me, and when you talk back to me, I can understand you. So when entrepreneurs have this, they will scale that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boluwatife, for that response. So the question now is to Mr. Ayoluwa. Okay, now it says, if business wants to 10x their profit, want to start 10xing their profit, what is that first actionable step they should take within the next 30 days?
I think Mr. Daniel already answered that question.
Okay.
You can be a one-man business, but have departments in your business. You could be selling thrifts, or you could be into makeup and co. But have departments. Yes, you are the only one, but have separately sales, have separately marketing, have separately operational expenses, have separate things like that. Now, it's easy when it's only you and there's a system. Now, when you're getting in people, it's easy to just fill them into those roles that have already been set aside. So, when that is now done, the next thing is automation. So, automation is something is working while you are not working. So, building a system that process.
Automates the process. Thank you very much. Building a structure and automating process. So we have some questions from the audience. It says, I make and sell wigs and hair extensions. One of my biggest challenges is that when I tell customer a price, many of them say it's too expensive.
Okay, let me take the first one then, Mr. Daniel will take the second one.
All right.
Okay, so the first one is, I think it was Mr. Nimesi that mentioned it, and he said that you said something about pricing your products and pricing it for the wrong target audience. I was having a conversation with Mr. Daniel some days ago, and he said there's a difference between target audience and target customers. There's a difference between target audience and target customers. Target audience is everybody, people that can listen to, that are interested. For example, you want to sell ties. Every man is your target audience. But your target customers are the people that need ties for their businesses or for occasion. So if you're selling to target audience and you're not selling to target customers, obviously you're not going to make sales. It's going to be very difficult to close that sale. So if you're a wig seller, who are the people you're marketing to? Number one thing I'll tell you, change your customers, change your audience. If you're selling a wig of 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, and you're selling it to people that are collecting a levy of 10,000 and 15,000, obviously you can expect the result.
So the question is kind of directed into tech, and from our, should I say secondary school, when they taught us intro tech, technology is simply making things easy. So when you now mention how can you scale up in technology, what we are doing as tech people is we are creating solutions for problems. Look for a problem and solve that problem. Like Mr. Oladele said, after you've done this, now create a system, a structure, and automate it. Now, there's a difference between Boluwatife Designs and Card Express Ninja. Are you with me? And there's also, because when I add things like Card Express Card Express Design Agency, when you check it very well, is what you are doing that people are doing. When you hear media agency, they are posting like you, they are running ads like you, they are doing a lot of the things you do. But because there is an agency, they are not the ones. So look for a problem, solve the problem. In tech, it's so easy. You scale up like that. People are looking for, venture capitalists are looking for people to invest in. You check online, you see that they are ready to give you money. So you scale up that way. Thank you.
So please, let's keep our question coming on the Instagram. Just send a direct message. So I'll be asking one more question, then a general question for everyone. It says, this is for Mr. Bolu. He said, you ran both Tech for Akure and Card Express Nigeria. What lesson have you learned about scaling from vision to sustainable profit? Because sometimes, most of the times, we find it difficult to start the business, looking for what you need, your branding when it comes to your target audience, your marketing strategy. Like this question is also to Mr. Adi Daniel also. But for you that had two complaints, Tech for Akure and also Card Express, how do you move from vision to execution?
Okay, so for these are two different, not like, yeah, two different companies, but not entirely different, because in Tech for Our Career, what we do is we train young people, but the charity is so free. Young people in our career in tech, free. The profit for Tech for Our Career is impact. The profit for Tech for Our Career is impact. But in Card Express Nigeria, it's good deal. We are serious, determined about that. You know, in football, when they say you can miss the ball, don't miss the leg. We don't miss money in Card Express Nigeria, but when it comes to Tech for Our Career, we ensure we bring in people. So what we are looking from that, the moment we start planning, like, okay, this we want to train people, what we are looking for is the impact. How is this going to help this person? Because we know that, there's this Yoruba that Ige kan o le dagboshe. Yeah, so we understand that the moment just one person liberates, because the way we see it, that tech is light. The way you think, the moment you enter tech, the way you think is different. Aside the aside the noble courses like law, medicine, nursing, and the likes, tech is one field you will never stop learning. If you are using, when Adidane was talking the other time, I think I know Adidane was when he was using Canva, but now he has gone back to Canva because he's now in marketing. So I knew when he was using Canva, and he had to pivot to Photoshop and everything. So just like that, we in Card Express, we always check, okay, we were working on a campaign like 10x your profit campaign. We started from working on the logo 10x your profit with Ayoluwa Oladele. We ensure that our people understanding, are we communicating to people? Are people not seeing it as a comedy show? So we follow the momentum. So, and we ensure that money is being made that way. Thank you.
So, Mr. Adidaniel, the same question.
All right, basically, I believe that one of the ways to move from vision to execution, one of the things that I do that has even been a strategy that has worked for most of the businesses that I've managed is that if I come into your business, the first thing that I look for is your target audience and your target customer. And when I find out your target audience, I will look for the pain point of your target audience. Because people are not ready to listen to you if you are not solving their problems. So most of us here, we know Olushola, if his video is popping up on your Instagram feed, the reason why you stop is because you believe that you learn something for what he's saying. So the reason why you still go to church is because pastor is going to preach something that's going to be a solution to your problem. So people are attracted to solution. You are attracted to solution. So we look for the pain point. And there are a lot of easy ways. When Mr. Bull was talking and he said that look for problems, the easiest way to look for a problem, once you get a niche, maybe a fashion niche, there are a lot of tools. One of them is Answer the Public, is Google Trends. Go there and go and search for. Just type fashion on answerthepublic.com. Just type fashion. It will show you the questions people are asking on Google. Those questions are the pain points. Start creating content according to the pain point. Start structuring according to the pain point. You start attracting the people that you will solve problem for them. And when you solve problem, you get cash in exchange.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please let's put hands together for our panelists. So this is a question we have 2 more questions left. Sorry about this. And it's for any of the panelists to answer them. It says, good afternoon. I am a student entrepreneur. I recently started a small pastry business. My question is, how can I reach the right audience for my product as a student who is just starting out? And also, I have noticed I struggle a bit with communication and confidence. Do you think that could affect my business growth, and how can I improve in that area? That's the first question. Did we get the question? Okay, let me ask the 2 questions together so that we'll just round it up. Okay. Then the other question says, hello, thank you for this great opportunity. I really appreciate it. My question is, when rebranding, is it better to start everything afresh or just change to the existing one, especially in terms of helping people get to the new brand? The first question.
First question, can you read it again?
So the first question is, I'm a student entrepreneur.
Okay.
I recently started a small pastry business. My question is, how can I reach the right audience for my product as a student who is just starting out? And also, I have noticed I struggle a bit with communication and confidence. Do you think that could affect my business growth, and how can I improve in that area?
All right. So for the target audience, I'll answer that. And for confidence, for me, I believe yes. Because you yourself, if someone that is shy approach you, and you notice from the person that the person is shy, there's a way you will not even want to listen to what the person is saying. The voice will be shaking. Confidence make you work with audacity. And that audacity in the sense that there are some contents that you will choose that you don't like. It's the audacity that will let you post it. That's what I'm saying. So you need confidence. And Mr. Yelua will talk more on that. For the target audience part, you have a pastries business. So one of the best ways to get target audience is to do market research. When we say market research, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are walking around Ojaba market and asking who needs pastry. It means that you are going online. And I said it before and now. You are going online to search for people that would need what you do. And now we mentioned about automation. It will take you longer time to search on Google than ChatGPT. There are now new advent of technology. And fun fact, let me just chip this in. I forgot when I was talking. A lot of us, we don't pay attention to new innovation because we just don't pay attention to it. In the sense that 90% of people now, if they want to ask anything that they don't know, where do they go to? ChatGPT. If they type your name on ChatGPT, will it show? You don't know because you have not tried it before. You don't know that people have typed your business on ChatGPT. When they type your name on ChatGPT, it has to show. And how will it show? You have optimized yourself properly on Google. I worked for a brand late last year, South Africa. Just let me quickly say it. He reached out to me. He has a clean agency in South Africa, and he said he wants to put his brand online. So we started with Google My Business, and I listed him on the website. By the time he called me the following week, and I was not even expecting that the results would be that fast. He called me the following week, and he was super excited. He said, Daniel, somebody reached out to me now that they would like me to come and do this, that. And I was excited as well. But the reason, when I checked the analytics, the reason why the person reached out, the person simply searched for cleaning agencies around me, and he popped up his business. Understand what I'm saying? So, without even doing anything, he has attracted the right audience. So, aside from positioning yourself online, you now have to do a marketing. Go on ChatGPT. Tell ChatGPT, give me the prompts that you would be able to tell me the kind of target audience I do for my business. Once you give it the prompts, copy it, paste it back. So when you now get the prompts, with the prompts, now do your due diligence. Work with the prompts, with the research you're going to make, with all these two that I've mentioned. There's Google Trends, there's Answer the Public, and there's more. Type pastries in answerthepublic.com. It will give you a lot of questions people have asked about pastries. And you will see the kind of people that are asking about it. It will inform your decision on the kind of people that need your product. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. I would just answer the confidence part, that you'll be surprised that a lot of people that you feel are outspoken are actually shy. You'll be surprised that a lot of people that you think are outspoken are actually shy. One of the most outspoken people that I know of is Mr. Onimese. Yeah. And if you ask Mr. Onimese, one of the first things he says, I'm very shy, I'm a very shy type. So now, this is my own secret. I'm also a very shy type. But this is my secret to confidence. Act. Always, anytime you are about to meet a customer, rehearse in your mind that I am going for drama presentation. I'm going to act. So when you meet the person, just put on Ishawuru's garment, or put on Desmond Elliot's garment, or whoever, and just act. So you, in your mind, fight the battles in your mind, but in the physical, in the outward appearance, be the confident person. So it's because nobody is going to buy from somebody who is timid. No, even you won't buy from yourself if you're timid. You will run from yourself if you're timid. So you will see, I saw a post of Lai Wasabi when somebody was trying to do a video of him, and he was running, was shy. And you'd be like, you, shy. But that might just actually be his personality. But you cannot know, because every time he's in front of camera, he's acting the Lai Wasabi that we like. That's what gives him money. And that's what he does. So the best way to overcome to transition from shyness to confidence is acting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is the final question. What advice will you give our audience here today on how to 10x their profits in one sentence?
Okay, since the mic is me, let me
Yes.
start here. Okay. So one advice that I would give to anybody and everybody for them to 10x their profits is that number one, reduce waste. Number two, optimize. Okay, let me. There's something. I don't want to go into the technical part, but reduce waste. Don't let me rush that. A lot of times, Netflix is not important. A lot of times, your YouTube subscription is not important. There is a point where you get to where it might be necessary. But as of now, it might not just be necessary. So, the fact that everybody is doing it does not mean that you should be doing it. So, reduce waste. Your shop space, you might not have qualified for that shop space yet. Your present stage might still be a kiosk. So reduce it. Reduce waste. That's number one. Then number two is optimize processes. There are a lot of things. I was saying something earlier. I was saying that 100% of this and 10% of that. There are some times that you might be making a sale of 100,000 naira. But as of now, what you need to get might just be 10,000 naira. Why? Because you need more people to do bulk of that work, so that you can spend your time closing more deals. I don't know if I explained that well enough. Now, it is better to have 10 projects than to have one project. It is, Mr. Daniel was talking, and he said he has ran over 500 successful ads. That for a fact I know. If he wants to talk about the total number of ads that he has run, it's probably more than 1,500. But the successful ones are 500. Now, if he says he wants to do that 500 alone, he most likely will not be able to meet up. But he has a team that handles it. So you might be a one-man person, but divide responsibilities. Share that profit. That's one easy way to 10x your profit. Unfortunately, I don't know, funnily, to make more money, you have to lose some money. So that's the thing.
Okay, so I like to say this. I've been hell-bent on storytelling, and I'll just say this: be mad. And what do I mean by be mad? Be making a difference. So that's a dog bites a man. That's not a news. But that a man bites a dog, that's the news. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, Mr. Daniel. I said, what advice? Yes.
Okay, so basically, I believe to 10x your profit now, the first thing you need to do, if you need to identify where you want to be. I know regardless of wherever you are, you have an idea of what you want to become. Identify it. So there's a principle that I tell people when they tell me they want to do this. Is the master to business principle. Know your end and know your beginning. So knowing your end is identifying where you want to be. Know your beginning is knowing the things, knowing where you are right now and the things you need to do to get to where you want to be. So you highlight down the things you need to do to get to where you want to be and you start acting them out. Break it down that today, don't run ahead of it. Today, I will search for 10 brands that are in my field. 10 successful brands in my field. And I will check at least almost 10 posts, 10 to 20 posts per day on how they are posting. I will check their posting time. I will check the frequency of their posting. Okay, they are posting on Monday. If you don't know, maybe you are checking from April. Open calendar, April 9 to April 4. Okay, it's Monday to Wednesday. Check it like that. This is the time. This is the frequency. Check their content style. If they are more TikTok trend, is it working for them? If it's working, write it down. Focus on what is working and leave what is not working. Because the thing that is not working, I'll be doing that is not working for you and I'm still doing it. So go and check the thing that is working and start applying it. Or check where you want to go to. Write down where you are and the things that will help you to get to where you want to go to and start acting it out. Thank you.
Please, can you put us?
I would just like to add something. So I remember there's a principle called the Dunning-Kruger principle, and that principle says that it's a cognitive bias that says that low performers tend to underestimate the effort that high performers put into getting results. Now, a lot of times you see somebody's post randomly on Instagram, maybe Lai Wasabi or whoever, and you see that he has 10K followers and 10K likes, you see the number of comments and things like that. These things don't just happen. You'll be surprised that there are processes, just like what Mr. Dedani said. There are processes that you must, whether you like it or not. There's a saying that work smart, don't work hard. They say work smart, don't work hard. The truth of the matter is, whether it is work smart or work hard or work, he did here. Whether it is work hard or work smart, work, he did here. So for you to 10x your profit, you must work. You cannot run away from it. That's one. Then finally, is that for you to 10x your profit, you must be ready to let things go. You must be ready to let things go, sometimes for free. You must be ready to collaborate. You must be ready to partner. It is not that 10x does not know what 10x is doing, that we have brands that are spotlighting here. Now, these brands that are here are not just here to sell products. For example, My Elegance, can we jam our hands together for My Elegance? Yes, EVC is also here. Can we jam our hands together for EVC? Phoebe Art is also here, Foundation. These are beautiful brands and Five also is also here, thank you, that are spotlighting the brands. Now, for you to 10x your profit, every opportunity that you have to let somebody gain value from you, take advantage of it. I don't know how to explain yourself as a valuable person than a take person. Thank you.
Please, let's put hands together for our panelists. They've shared important, they said audit your business, position yourself online. No one buys from a timid person. So we have to be bold and confident when it comes to handling our businesses. It says reduce waste, optimize processes. Like Mr. Boluwatife said, be mad, make a difference, not the ones we see on the streets. But he said also, Mr. Adedane made mention of research. When it comes to businesses, one of the things people just lack is, just wake up one morning. People ask me if for example, I sell clothes. They start asking me, do I sell shoe? And I'm like, let me start shoe business. It doesn't just work like that. You can get the customer from one person. It will be difficult for you to scale. So make research. Who are my target audience? Who am I willing to sell these shoes to? Then last but not least, focus on what's working for you. Focus on what's working for you. And the final one is learn to collaborate. And our panelists have said very, very important and intricate things that can help us shape our businesses and help us 10x our profits for the next phases of our life. So can we put us together for them as they go back to their seats? Thank you very much. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. Thank you very much, our panelists. So without taking much of our time, we'll be moving on to brand spotlighting. And we have, like he said earlier, we have amazing brands. So I'd like Mia Elegance to please come on stage. I also like EVC representative to also come on stage. And I'll be spotlighting some of the brands myself here also. So first on the list, we have someone, for 15 years, we have been known as the baby photographer. But what makes us different is we don't just take pictures, we capture feelings. Think about your favorite pictures. Maybe it's in front of your wedding day or a moment with your child. Or what makes the difference isn't just the smile. It's the memory, the emotion you feel every time you see your picture. One of the things I've learned recently is that pictures tell a story of the past. And it makes us see how far we've grown or what we've accomplished and achieved. Now, it says, this is what we do. Every single thing, our works are featured in galleries, magazines across the world. We have won international awards. But what really matters is this. When you look at one photograph, you feel something. We specialize in baby, wedding, portrait, and landscape. We understand light. We capture real moments, not the focused one. We Google the tears, the glams between people in love. Whether you need a family photo, a wedding coverage, or a professional portrait, we are ready to tell your story through our lenses. And this is Timmy Photography. We create beautiful pictures together because your moment deserves something to remember. So if you want to contact us, you can check our website at timmyphotography.org. Then can we put hands together for Timmy Photography? Also, have you ever been at an event where it felt like where it felt effortless, where every detail was perfect, and you as the guest of honor and key participant who simply be present and enjoy it. The feeling of seamless grace is the signature of the Shola Raman's brand. Now, the Shola Raman's brand is something we are all familiar with from the billboards across Kwara State. And, the Shola Raman brand has built reputation across Nigeria, from Lagos to Abuja to Ilorin, as the event planner. And also, we are into corporate gatherings, dream weddings, meaningful iftar, or events, or beautiful events. Now, we all know of the wedding party, right? I can't hear a response. We all know the wedding party in Ilorin, right? Now, I'm glad to introduce to you that the convener and the host of the wedding party is the Shola Raman's brand. Excellence speaks for itself, and class and luxury is here with us today. And if you are in need of someone to tell your story, or to capture your moment, or to bring your ideas into reality, the Shola Raman brand is here for you. Can we put hands together for him once again? Now, last but not the least, we have also a special brand here with us. Sorry, Mia Elegance, please, can you please come on stage? EVC representative, please. Can you please come on stage also? And 5. And also, Phoebe's Arts, please. A representative to please come on stage also. So in 1 minute, please tell us about your brand.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Adeyemi, the founder of Mia Elegance. At Mia Elegance, we help super stylish men and women create timeless pieces that portray elegance and enhance confidence. So for our menswear brand, we know that, years ago, when you hear of traditional wear and all of that, kaftan, people think, and, or maybe when you're going for a party, and all of that. But now, kaftan has taken another turn. Kaftan can be worn to meetings. Kaftan can be worn to birthday parties, to clubs. I mean, you can wear kaftan to anywhere. And, it has moved from being a traditional wear to a casual and, corporate wear. So for our women's wear brand, Mia Elegance Women, we launched it August this year. It came from my personal pain points. As a single lady in school before I got married, I was this slim lady that had figure 8, flat tummy, everything, pink. And, after having 2 beautiful boys, and, through CS twice, my body changed, the size changed and all of that. And, the outfits that I used to wear that flatter my body now, they look odd. They don't flatter my body anymore. And I thought instead of holding on to what I used to be and, looking odd in it, why not just create something that will flatter my body, that would, embrace my new body? Because as it is now, I can't change the body now. I mean, right now. So that was how Mia Elegance Women came about. So we help women. My own case is a case of childbirth or, POS and PCOS and all of that. But another woman, that's how she is. She's fat and she has, a protruded tummy, and she needs to dress her body beautifully. So that's how Mia Elegance Women came about. Thank you very much. We have our products displayed there for both men and women. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwatimileyin, and I the operations manager, head of operations at TBRTO Foundation. TBRTO Foundation, we are a non-profit that focused on providing care support to underserved individuals in marginalized areas. And what all that English means is we are trying to bridge the gap between providing quality healthcare, quality life to people that reside in rural areas whereby they cannot get access to these things. So far, so good. We've had 5 outreaches, and I would like to just talk more on the last outreach we had, which was last month, whereby we had a series of events, educational outreach, then medical outreach, which was splitted into providing specialized care. So specialized care in the sense that we provided dental care, high care, then general body care to individuals in a selected rural environment, and which it lasted for 2 days. So in the course of this dental care, during the course of the survey for the event, we discovered that a lot of people have never had any dental care done before. Yes, there are hospitals that are functional in those areas, but they don't capture these things because we all understand that there is a large vacuum between providing quality health services and people actually getting these services. Yes, on the news, you would definitely, it will come on the news that these things are existing, but people do not get these things, which is in turn affecting their lives. And we discovered that people have not, there are a lot of people that have not gotten dental care before. So we took dental care to their home, to their doorstep, whereby people come around, they had tooth extraction done, they had scaling and polishing done for free. And high care as well, whereby people got free reading glasses and free consultation, then general body care inclusive. And in the course of this event as well, we have educational outreach done, whereby we picked out, we didn't just pick out, we had schools, we wrote to schools to select bright students that come from really poor backgrounds to partake in our assessment, whereby they can be placed on scholarship. So far so good in the organization. We have 5 students that we are currently sponsoring for their secondary school education. And as well, we still have other things that we do. There's a program that we usually do at the end of the year, which is called Kwara Food Bank. Here at Kwara Food Bank, what we focus on is that during the festive season, we understand that fingers are not equal, right? And regardless of that, we still enjoy the festive season together, regardless of you are a Christian, a Muslim, whichever. All of us celebrate Christmas, Eid, whichever, together. So in the course of Kwara Food Bank, what we do, or what we focus on, we select areas that are outskirts of the town, and we just move around and we give food items to them just for them to enjoy the Christmas. And one of the things that we are really looking out for is collaboration, sponsorship, and partnerships, which we hope and we pray that these things will come as time progresses. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Divine Mercy Oyesoya, a sales executive at EVC Nigeria Limited. EVC is Experience Vision Creations. We are the #1 real estate company in Nigeria. We have projects across Nigeria. We have in Ibadan, we have in Ogun State, we have here in Kwara State as well. And our core value is that we help people, Gen Zs, millennials, to invest in properties that will generate great and massive ROI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Omomi Oladele. All right, I'm a very shy person, but I'm going to act according to our panelists. All right, I'm a fashion designer. Let me tell a quick story. So bring you into the emotions like Mr. Onimesi said. All right, I started my fashion design journey while I was in university. I was given a course that I didn't apply for, and it didn't go down well with me because I believe I was quite intelligent for that course. And I decided to, what can I do to maximize my time? I don't want to, like, why would I be doing this? And I went into fashion. I told my mom, she was angry, that I sent you to school, you want to do this. I said, no, this is my life. And I started the journey. I started learning, going to school and all that. And after which, my boss actually specializes in female outfit. And after which, I went for service. And I'm a kind of simple person, but I love complexities. I love trying out new things. And when I went for service, I learned how to make male outfits. When I came back from service, I was like, I want more. I went to learn how to make suits, blazers for men. Then I went home for a short time to, put myself together. I was like, what will I be doing at home? And I enrolled for a bridal school. And I was able to amass all this. This actually affected my business because I was quite versatile and I wanted to do everything. And it's actually slowed down my pace in the growth of my business. But now, what we now actually do is that we train. We know a lot, so we are ready to give a lot. We train. Whatever fashion area you want to grow, we help you carve your niche. You want bridals, you want the men, you want the corporate, you want the kiddies. It's 5.NGR is a place to be. Like, you don't have to do everything. We teach you how to keep up with trend. Believe me, the style that is to come 2050, we already know how to do it because we put you on track. You don't have to, corset is in trend, I want to go and learn it. No. This is in trend. We teach you the fashion basics, and that is what fashion is all about. Fashion is not only about corset. Fashion is not only about I want to snatch. Fashion is you're bringing out the value in everybody you touch, everybody you sew for, everybody you style. Fashion, that is what fashion is all about. So in 5.NGR, I believe you would have seen our flyers in some places, sewing made easy. And when my students come to our place, they'll be like, so this thing can be this simple, yes. And no, even I'll be like, when I actually started learning, I was like, at the point I was crying that, but I was able to understand the principle of fashion. You don't need to know it all. You need to know the basics. You need to understand a human, and that is what we do at Fashions and Vogue. And all of our clients who patronizes us are witnesses. At least we have some of them here. So, Sewing Made Easy, check us on Fashion 5.NGR. Sorry, Mr. Market Strategist, our fashion page is not doing well, but due to this conference that I attended, we are working on it. So, thank you so much.
Please, can we put us together for all our brands? Well, last but not the least, have you ever wondered, when you're about to work, you need a workspace and your neighbor's generator is disturbing you, or you want to work and you're hearing noise from your surrounding? There's what we call Space Out. Space Out is a organization, a tech hub, an hub, whereby you can rent out space for you to do your, corporate meetings, or as a freelancer, you need a space to work, whereby you can rent space for you to use, whereby everything is provided for you, lights, Wi-Fi, a space, a room for you to, do your business. So this is what Space Out is here for. And also they have various plans in which you can apply for. I think they have monthly plan and they have annual plans that you can just rent out. And if you need more information or clarity, you can meet Mr. Ade Daniel for more information about that. So right about now, we will be giving out 2 grants. Sorry, please come. Sorry. Sorry about the misinformation. So we'll be having our main speaker come up on stage. That's the person of Mr. Ayoluwa Oladele, popularly known as what? We can do better than that. Popularly known as what? Please, let's put our hands together for him till he gets to the stage. We can do better than that, please.
All right, good afternoon. Good day, everyone. Hey, good day, everyone. All right, good. It's so nice to be here. It's November 8th, and it's our pre-conference already. sold out consistently. We see the sell product of 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira. We never sell out. Do you understand? Do you understand the perspective? You still, your products, you still have 1.5 products. You have 10.5, you have 22.5. You've not sold out. But there are people that have products of 20 million, 10 million, 5 million, and they are selling out consecutively every month. There's a system. It's not by luck. Okay. So when your customers tell you that your products are expensive, yes, it is. You raise your anchor, you raise your value. Now, for example, from this conference, now we have 4 wonderful panelists in this place, presently seated. Imagine you take a picture with any of the panelists, with Engineer Fola, or with Sheila Rahman, or TGP, or Mr. Raji, and you post it on your status. Or you post it on TikTok, you post it on Instagram, and you tag them. They might not follow you back. Don't collaborate with them, they might not. But at least you tag them. Do you know the kind of rep that it has increased in your value? Now, some of us are here not because of Ayolo Aladele. Some of us are here probably because of Mr. Raji, or because of TGP, or because of Sheila Rahman, or because of Engineer Fola. True. True or true? True. Now, but because of my partnership with them, it has increased my value. So now, when I speak, you listen. But if we met at Tipper Garage and we were talking and I said, come, let me impart business knowledge into your head. You just looking, I will be this guy. Hi, my name is Ayolo Aladele. I'm Mr. Tenex. They call me Mr. Shift. So the reason why your products don't sell based on value is because you've not risen your value. So what you should do, your take home from here is, if I want to meet my future self, what do I want my future self to have? Start working on it now. If I meet my future self, what would I love my future self to have? Start working on it now. Okay, so if you can't raise your price, it is because you cannot raise your value. If you want premium clients, then you need a premium brand. Ladbash recently transitioned from Ladbash to Ofax and then also had Space Out. They saw that Ladbash, there's already a limitation to what Ladbash can do. Ladbash is an old name. People are ready. And then we now decided that, we need a new generation system. And they now came up with Space Out. And now, in hundreds, in thousands, every now and then, people are trooping in for their products. Now, EVC recently moved office from a very suitable and fine location to a more beautiful and suitable and nice location. Not because, it's not because, so you have to spend money to make money, but you have to do it right anyway. So if your business is not structured, the truth of the matter is that your business is your hobby. So forget about that one. All right. So a lot of times we tend to say, I'm the only one. I don't have money to start. I don't have money to scale. I don't have money to do this. You know, you can start your scaling with you alone. I mentioned it earlier in the panel session. I said, have departments. Have departments in your office. You are the only one. But have departments in your office. Let things be automated. If somebody asks you, how much does it cost for a week? I always say something. If you've not overdone it, then you've not started. If somebody asks you how much is the price for a week, and you cannot send an invoice, sometimes there's something I do for some of my clients, for the 10X clients. There's a particular form that I do send to them. And that form, amongst so many of my forms, is the only form that is restricted. Why? Because, not because of anything. Some of my clients are here, and of course they will understand now. It's not because of anything, but because there is a psychology, a perception that this thing, it is for the restricted people. It's not. You understand? So your product can be everybody's product. but carve a niche. If you're going to do something that everybody's doing, then do what nobody's doing. I don't know if that makes sense. If you're doing what everybody's doing, then do what nobody is doing. Okay, so now, the most important part of any business for you to grow, for you to 10x, is your funds, your business funds. Yes, so I'll just talk briefly on the application. The application, for those of us that would like to join the waitlist, it's going to be out anytime soon, in probably 7 days from now or so. And this one of the major problems that people have in business is that, or let me start with the antecedents. The theme for this conference is Profit First. And the idea Profit First came from a book that I read by Mike Michalowicz. And when I finished reading that book, I was like, this knowledge, why would anybody put it in a book? You know, there are some things that when you know, you hold it. Because the moment you have that power, you've had that power. And that's why I pity a lot of people that don't read. There's a lot of knowledge out there in books. And one of the things that I realized, some of us, when we filled the form, we checked, we went through what are the major challenges. We see a lot of things like sales, managing business funds. And the truth of the matter is that because you have access to your business funds, that is why you tend to waste it anyhow. How many of us have been to an eatery and maybe KFC or any of the likes, and you order for a plate of rice, and the moment you saw that rice, you knew that rice you will leave me. But maybe because of, has that happened to anybody before? Yeah. Do you know why? It's a psychological thing. It is your tummy expand to your sight. Your needs expands to the available resources that you have. Have you ever noticed that it is when you just got a job of maybe ₦1 million or a project of ₦1 million, that is when your car's tire will need replacement. That's when your engine, the engine oil, your mechanic will tell you that engine oil, that's when you know that the left back shock absorber, the spring on the top, is beginning to make noise. That's when you'll be hearing all the small detailed noises in your house. Your washing machine, that's when it will now start doing. It's all of these things were there before. But because your tummy has expanded, your vision has expanded. So you are now seeing more problems. The human natural nature wants to spend money. So if you have a system that restricts the visibility to money, your access to money, you're going to see that it's going to be easy for you to scale. And that's one of the things about the application, the profit tracker. Now, it's meant to be an application where you input when your customers want to pay for a brand, for a product or anything, they pay directly into the app. All right. So you would have divided your allocation based on what your business should, the way you want your businesses, the business money to be spent. You want, you have business goals, you'd have set percentage for it. Your operating expenses, you'd have set a percentage for it. So automatically, it forces you to keep your money in track. There are some allocations you can only withdraw once a month. There are some allocations you can withdraw twice a month. There are some that you can only withdraw once in 3 months. And there are some that are once a year. Now, that's what the application is about. It's about this ideology for the profit first. And the truth of the matter, one of the major reasons why big companies can scale better is because the CEO does not have direct access to the money. Let me just give you that direct info. Because info have info. Revenue stream. These things are general knowledge, but somebody said if a general knowledge is passed over and over and over again, and you get bored of it, it means that you are just beginning to understand. Yeah, so to 10x your profit, of course, you must increase revenue streams. It means that you must upsell, cross-sell, and make. I'm trying to rush because my time is fast spent. And then it is easier. That's one thing. A lot of us, we say that as business owners. When one customer is stressing you, it is easier to retain a client than to make a new one. So as much as possible, after this, maybe your second take home, all the people that have ever bought something from you, renew a relationship with them. No matter how annoying they've been in the past. It is very, very important. I learned this, I apply it, and I know it works for me. So, and of course, I've mentioned earlier that you should live a data-driven life and data-driven business. Okay, so I mentioned, okay, so for you to 10x your profit, audit your business this week, if you can. Document all your processes. The processes that you should do. The processes that you must do. The processes that you can delegate. Please delegate. You don't have to eat. You don't have to get all the money from your business. It is time for us, some of us here, to scale, to increase, to have a staff. But a lot of us, because we feel that, 50K you too, 50K you this 50,000 is not enough. I still want to now. You can't scale if you are always auditing 100% of your money. I just need to let you know that. Okay, and then review your brand. All right, so finally, one very important thing that as any business you must understand is that you need to build your personal brand early. If you don't have a personal brand, then your business brand will not work. Most times. The reason is this. In the age where we are now, people buy you before they buy your products. And that is one thing I love so much about Mr. Sholaraman. His personality already sells his product. And that is why anything that is attached to sells out so quickly. Now, because he has understood that his personal brand is his brand. And that's one mistake that a lot of us make. I'm a shy type. You are a fashion, there's nothing wrong in it. You're a fashion designer, you're a realtor, you're a makeup artist, you make cakes, you do this, you do that. There's nothing wrong with it in a way. There is a lot of things anyway. But if your personal brand is superb, people will be the one that will be reaching out to you that, can't you, do you understand? For example, let me give a sneak peek into the Sholaraman brand. The Sholaraman brand is into event planning. But the Sholaraman brand doesn't just do event planning. Every process of the event, as much as possible, the Sholaraman brand is in charge. No matter what aspect of an event. So it is not just about doing MC alone. It's not just about doing, getting vendor for cakes alone. Every single nitty-gritty about event. And you know why? Because his personality is an attractive one. So it's easy for him to drag and go into any aspect of the business that he wants to. Because people buy him before they buy the product. People even want him to come, not even his brand. The reason why we are employing your brand is because you are expensive, so your brand might be cheaper than you. So let us, do you understand? So you have to work on your brand. Okay, so Mr. 10X is something that started in secret, but I shout it in the world because that's what I want to be known for. It's a personal brand. And the reason is I give 10X effort into everything I do, and of course I get 10X results. It's a personal brand. So you too, carve out your brand. All right, so I'll be rounding up with this. There's something I always do at the end of every of my presentation. Please, can we have the conclusion? Okay, so please, we're going to read this together. Okay, let's go. 1 to go. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. Can we go again? Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. So, if you know that you don't want today to be a waste, all the things that the speakers have spoken about today, if they are true, you know in your heart of heart that they are true. If they are honest, if they are just, if they are pure, no ulterior motive, if they are lovely, they're going to bring good reports to your business. If you see virtues in this thing, and if you know that's going to bring praise to your business, then we should do what? We should do what? All right, thank you so much. Okay, the last page, please. So, this is Profit First. This is a barcode that you can scan. It contains all my contact details if you would like to reach out. It's an app for Blinks, BLINQ. You could also download the app if you need. Instead of sharing contacts one-on-one, LinkedIn and all the rest like that, so you could just do well to take that. Now, I'll just be closing with this particular story. I said earlier that Mr. 10X started from the brand that I helped to increase their profit from 300 to 3.2. And if you do something well and you keep it in secret, nobody is going to know. If you do something well and you keep it to yourself, nobody is going to what? There's not going to know. There's not going to know. Okay, so in 2021, let me put this, there is no perfect being. I met with one of the wives of the former governor of this state, and she was telling me that she has a big problem in procrastination. She has a big problem in funds management. I was like, this successful woman, she has so many businesses. Very, very big woman. All of us know her. And she too, she sees herself as incomplete. Yeah? So the fact that you're doing it scared, it's not a problem. The most important thing is that you're doing it. So in 2021, I started a book. I wrote a book. No, I didn't start a book. I wrote a book. I finished it. The back cover, everything, it was ready, the PDF. And then I started having imposter syndrome. And I kept procrastinating and procrastinating and procrastinating. And I procrastinated until I forgot about the book. Imagine that kind of procrastination. Because I felt I wasn't good enough. And then in preparation for this, we were already, like probably last week or so, in preparation for this conference, when I was preparing my slides and co. And I just felt like, I went to read it again, and I was like, you were this smart in 2021. And I would like for us to read that book. The book is How to Love Work and Yourself in 30 Minutes or Less. And the book, the things that have been written in this book are majorly for how we can navigate work burnout. Whether you are a business owner, whether you are whatever. No matter who you are, How to Love Work and Yourself in 30 Minutes or Less. It's a very beautiful one. And for this conference, the book actually, we launched it out on Seller. And of course, there's been a lot of sales on it and a few remarks. And normally it goes for 7.5, where the value is for 15, but we put it for 7.5. But for this conference, if you use the coupon code conference, you're going to be getting a massive discount of, I can't remember, it's I think 50%, 5.5. Okay, so of course, partnership and collaboration. Mr. Ade Daniel is solely responsible for digital marketing of it. So the success of that book is based on the strategies that Mr. Ade Daniel has put out. And this was done 2021, the design. And this was done by Mr. Onimesi in 2021. Now, you can imagine the quality of his branding now. Do you understand? So please, I would love for us to get this book. We can see this link, bit.ly/Love Work and Yourself. One of my clients got this book. The client is in Texas. The client is in Texas, and they reached out to me and said, can I do a teaching about this book? And I had to do a teaching for their branch office that was in Washington on this. I did not believe the success story from a small book of 100 and something pages. It does not make sense, but it does make sense. All right, so thank you so much. My name is Dailo Oladile, Mr. 10X. Thank you so much.
Please, can we put that together for Mr. 10X? That was very, 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 very important and insightful. So without taking much of our time, I'm moving on to the second panel session, and it's been moderated by Mr. 10X. Please, let's clap for him as he comes back to the stage. So it will be the one to invite our panelists to the stage. And also, we also want each and every one of us to,
when we take pictures or videos, collaborate with 10x your profit on Instagram so we can post it and we can reach more audiences. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so we're going to the second panel session. And to me, I don't know about you, but this is one session I'm looking forward to because this is where I get to ask successful people questions. I personally, if you've met me before, you would know that I ask questions. So please, I've spoken about these panelists, and I know that our businesses have questions. That is why we are here. So please, through the Instagram, that's the only way. We want to save time as much as possible. So please, through the Instagram, send us a DM, follow us, send us a DM, ask your questions on the DM, and of course, I'll get it. I'll be moderating this panel session. So please, as I'll be calling up the speakers, please, you do me a favor by welcoming them on stage with a standing ovation. All right, so please, can we all be on our feet? Thank you. All right, so I'll be welcoming Mr. Raji Nuruddin. Mr. Raji Nuruddin is the CEO of OFAX and Space Out, a brand that helps businesses to focus and to achieve their success in the shortest time possible. All right, I would also be welcoming Mr. Timmy Gold. Akolade is the CEO of TGP Photography, TGP, and one of their niches presently, can we do better? Okay, one of their niches presently is baby photography. And when you know somebody that has actually seen results, TGP is one of those people. Okay, join me also to welcome one of my very own dear ogas, Mr. Sholaraman. Sholaraman is an event planner extraordinaire. He's the convener, the host of Ilorin Wedding Party, the biggest event in Ilorin. He hosts it, he's the convener, he's a big man. And we are privileged to have him here. And also, with a round innovation, a round of applause, the engineer Fola Oyedeji. This is a man of significant impact in the shortest time you can imagine. These are wonderful people. All right, thank you so much. You may please be seated. Thank you so much, sir, for the audience. Engineering the mics, please. All right. Thank you so much, sir. It's a privilege to have each and every one of us here. And a lot of us here already have sent some questions even beforehand from the challenges that they face in their businesses and how they want to 10x their profits. And all of us here at one time or the other suffered. I know things look rosy from afar. Yes, because I'm sure people tend to look at us and then just believe that TGP has it all figured out, EVC has it all figured out. Sholaraman is a big man, everything is going on smoothly, OFAX is doing well, Space Out is making billions. And then you just say, oh my, I wish. Okay, so now, sirs, we will be going into the questions straight. And most importantly, I also am learning as much as all of us are learning. All right, so before we go into full details, I would like to ask, and I'll be starting with Engineer Fola. Within the shortest time possible, you've been able to start from nothing, and then obviously you started as an idea, became a you thing, and then it became a we. What can you say particularly from Popsy, or what was that thing that made it possible?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for that question. I wish it was the case. I mean, support from Popsies or support from well-wishers. EVC as a brand is beyond just the sales of, say, real estate or even construction or any of the things that we put out there. Because for us, we believe that the vision guiding that particular movement is bigger than what we are currently putting out. But I think the changing narrative for the EVC story is something that is still there. And that is the ability to wake up and just believe that we are still scratching the surface. So for any entrepreneur that gets complacent with what they've been able to achieve in terms of wins, they would definitely not be able to move to the next level. So believing primarily that we are still starting is the driving force behind EVC. We don't get comfortable with our wins, and extraordinary things does not move us anymore. We are looking at the next thing and how we can pioneer it better. So that ideology have actually shaped how we operate. That ideology have also reasoned how we interface with a number of things. So for us, it is the belief and strong understanding that we have a number of things to achieve and we are just starting. So for that reason, every of the things we do, we are always looking onto the next way of doing it better, because we want to believe that our prior best needs to be beaten. Thank you
so much. Thank you so much. That's result speaking. Okay, so sir, Mr. Shalaraman, you have a personality that is likable. I know you. Is it at what point did you discover that this was going to be a necessity in growing your brand, growing your business? At what point did you discover that you have to be a likable, or it just came naturally, or it started off as acting and then that just took its own shape?
First, good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, let me correct it. I'm not very likable. I think I'm a pimple that shows up on your forehead on your wedding day. You can't pop it. You just have to find a way to live with it. I try as much as possible to make myself impressionable. I think that's a better word to use, because like is very relative. Regardless of what you do, some people will just choose not to like. I think for me, it started off from a pretty young age. I'm an only child of a single mother, and from a very early age, my mom has always let me understand the fact that she's holding my hand through life, but it's just for a while. And as such, I need to learn how to walk the cause and the part of this life alone. And understanding that you're alone, the only thing you have are the morals and the ethics that you have been groomed with. And understanding that she made sure she made me understand the importance of believing so much in myself and making myself a person of value from a pretty very young age. I'm the kind of boy who my mom will make me join the cultural troupe when all boys are joining sports club. My mom will make me join the press club when all boys are trying to play darts. So she will understand that these other spaces are spaces that you will thrive regardless. But go into places where people like you are not seen, so that you will know exactly how to adapt if situations arise. So I think from a pretty young age, I have learned how to make friends. I'm the boy who, as an only child, you understand, you always have friends, primary school, secondary school. So because of that, it moved on, and I was able to transmit that into my business life. I make myself very, very impressionable. I say it every single time. I do not want to come into a space and leave that space and they will not talk about me. I try very hard. I remember coming into University of Ilorin after spending so many years in secondary school as your classmates in underlevel. And I understood that I was dealing with younger ones, but I promised myself from the first day in school that I wanted to live in Ilorin as one of the most popular boys. I don't care how it was going to be done, but it had to be done. And so that mindset really, when you put that before any conversation or before any interaction or before any business relationship, it makes you understand that you want to leave an impression. And that's it for me. I always want to leave an impression.
Thank you so much, sir. So impression, that's the word. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So, sir, permit me to say that you suddenly, out of nowhere, we just started seeing TGP, baby photography everywhere in Ilorin. And was it that you slept and then revelation just came from heaven and then Jesus decided, okay, baby photography is the way? Or you just felt that nobody's doing baby photography, Or what exactly made you, because you're an extraordinary photographer. You snap for events, for weddings, for occasions, and the rest like that. So what made you to say that this is what I want to popularize? This is what I want to advertise. Why not? What instigated that aspect of your business?
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I'll say that I've been in photography business for the past 14 years, and all we do is just to take pictures, like anything that comes, you just want to take it and make money out of it. And what triggered that, to go straight to your question, is that in industry, photography industry, we have so much, just like every other industry. We have so much. Even when they say someone is a first man, they will still ask you, is he a police or a civil? Like that, we have it in photography as well. And what triggered me, because for every business owner, something need to, like, let me say, the way I use it for my boys, I say something need to get you angry. That is the code I use for my boys. The reason is that, in Ilorin, at that time there were a lot of photographers that have to run after event planners. If you don't have good relationship with event planners, trust me, you're not going anywhere, no matter how it is. Because if you are looking at major aspect of photography where they pay people more, is wedding photography in Ilorin majorly. So you need to run with someone like Mr. Sholaraman and others. You understand? They have enough voice. Not because we are not friends, but they have enough people that is on their hand. So I decided to, so that did not start overnight. TGP used to have a project, Kwara Got Talent. And I can say that we were the first person to organize talent show in Kwara State. 2017, 2018, that politicians attended, So then, when you talk about TGP, imagine someone who has been in photography business for a very long time and started doing entertainment shows and all that in 2017. And the only thing people now know us for was entertainment show. When you heard about TGP, you just say, hey, that guy that used to organize that show, oh, that team that used to organize that show. So I decided to change the narrative. So we decided to come out in another way and, shoot out. I still believe that thing now, that it is your work that will push you out there. No, we said no. Let's use our money to push ourselves out there so that at least you can be noticed by majority in the city of Ilorin. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, sir. And I can say that it's not just majority. I think everybody now will say that they know TGP. All right, sir. So you at a point in time in your business, you discovered that your old model it has changed. How the processes, how it converts to sales has changed. And then you now decided to transition. Even though you were still doing largely a lot of the same services, but you transitioned the name, you transitioned the branding, the communication style, your staffing, and all the rest like that. So what instigated? Is it that you just wanted to follow the trends, that's what everybody is doing? Or at what point in any of our lives here as business owners?
Good afternoon. The name of the company used to be Ladbash. The company used to be Ladbash. Ladbash Interiors. In Ilorin, when we started, most of the people who were buying furniture or who were making furniture were the roadside carpenters. And we or their offices for them. And they will bring furniture makers from Lagos. So we researched these companies. What do they do specifically? And we found out that what they were doing was basically putting themselves in the right position to represent certain clients. Most of the workers who were coming to do these jobs at that time were even roadside carpenters, but they had affiliations with big furniture companies. Doing that research, we found out that we had to start from the scratch and recruit carpenters, train them, and give them the exposure to deliver on the level we wanted them to. Now, in growing, other people came into the business. We had competitors from all over. And because of, I would say, structural issues. If you remember, there was something one of the panelists were talking about, that you have to have structure in your business. If you don't have structure in your business, it'll punish you. It'll haunt you. You need to have structure to keep your clients and to keep your workers in place and in position so they deliver on what they're supposed to deliver at every point in time. Now, as we grew older, because of that lack of structure, we lost some of our workers. And then it turned out that everywhere we go marketing, your boys just left here. Which boys? So what we now had to do was find a way to make sure that people know that there's a difference between these people who deliver for you and us. Because at certain times, when they have issues with these guys, they come back to meet us in the office. Your boys are doing this for us. We have no idea. If you had come to the office, we would have delivered for you without any problems. But you have chosen to go to the roadside to pick up boys who claimed to have worked for us and have delivered rubbish for you. So based on that, and a couple of others, we now had issues with quality delivery. So we had to alienate the old us and bring out the new us with structures in place to prevent people using our names, 1. 2, to prevent loss of staff. 3, to increase our credibility and visibility across the country. Because even as Ladbash, we had worked all over the country in places like Yola, Lagos, Abuja, Kano, even as far as Delta State. We have delivered on projects. We have worked for the likes of House of Tara. We have worked for the likes of G Pinnacle. We have worked for the likes of a couple of others. I can't remember their names right now. But bottom line is, sometimes you need to grow beyond that level. And with Ladbash, we had questions coming in at times like,
from every other plantain vendor. And that makes you stand out uniquely. So we must understand that, first off, the situation with pricing, you must mock up pricing to match up the reality of what you are operating in. Secondly, you must strengthen your unique value proposition such that when you now mock up those pricing, it does not sound outrageous. Thirdly, you must have the confidence and courage that when you implement these new strategies, you'll be seen as overboard. But you must just continue nonetheless. I think that way, your plantain chips will not continue to suffer for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. That's well said. So this next question directly just goes to Mr. Shalaraman. And it says, for a customer that left due to increment in pricing, how do I win them back without necessarily bending rules on my pricing?
Take that again.
For a customer that left due to increment in pricing, how do I win them back without necessarily bending rules on my pricing?
Okay, so I'm going to say this, and it might come off cocky, but it's just the truth. There's a point you will get to in your business that losing customers is actually very necessary. And it's actually a sign of growth. There are the products that you are developing, that you are building, that you are selling, is not for everybody. People would follow you on the journey, right? But along the line, just like every car or every train, people need to know. It might just be 50 of us that will get to Lagos. People will stop along the line. People need to. I don't see it as, you shouldn't feel bad. The question you should ask yourself is, the reason I increased price, can I back it up with value? Can I back it up with capacity? Am I losing A to attract B? Or am I not attracting either people at any point in time? There was a time in my life when, quotes and unquotes, please don't quote me, quotes and unquotes, I was the highest paid MC in this town. Right? Now, I remember at that point, I was earning, what, 60,000, 80,000. It's coming up. And I remember I read somewhere, I can't really place it, that the key players in the industry need to move for some of the young ones to thrive. And I understood that statement didn't really play out until I experienced something one day. I walked into a conversation with a client who was talking to another MC. They were trying to hire the MC to co-MC with me. And the MC they were talking to was giving, I think, as I think I was charging 80K, and the person was trying to charge 70,000. And they were like, Kenny, buying gun, show 80,000 laughing. Do you understand that kind of thing? And I understood that the time has come for me to actually increase my price, because I've gotten to a point where I'm being seen as the pinnacle of that. So for the others to be able to thrive, let me move. I then took a leap and I moved into the hundreds of thousands. I remember the very first time I charged 150K. They called me from Ojatutu. 100,000. Do you understand that kind of thing? Now, did I lose some customers at that point? Yes. Did I gain some new ones? Oh my God, I'm grateful for them. Because I'm now dealing with the people who are willing to pay hundreds of thousands. And the 45, 50,000 naira customers now see me as premium. And I'm not the easy go-to guy that they could reach at that point. So they will call me now with 80,000 naira, which is still good money as at then, but they are begging me. Do you get that kind of thing? So you will lose customers at some point when you are making specific decisions with your business. But the point is, did you make that decision from a value position? Did you make it from a capacity position? Have you invested in yourself before you can actually demand from figures from clients? A lot of times, business owners, there was one of you, I don't know if it was the first speaker or you that said it about, I think it was you, competitor-based pricing. Don't ever make that mistake. Don't ever make that mistake. I don't care. I say it a lot of times. I don't follow a lot of my competitors. Not because I don't want to, but I don't even want to see them in view. So I'm not limited to what they are doing or how they are doing their things, or I try to build my operations around theirs. I'm not concerned if everybody is charging X. If I know that the value I bring to the table is Y, I will charge Y. Because, let me bust your brain, there are customers who will not buy from you because you are cheap. I've had that experience before when I wanted to host an event in Ikoyi, and I was charging, what, 200,000-300,000 as at then. And I told the man, I said, in my mind, I was calling 300K like a lot of money, like, it's 300,000. And the man said, okay. Then his wife called me. And she's like, can you do about what? It's minus logistics. Because I was trying to create a reason, but I could, when I eventually went for that event, I understood why. You are dealing with captains of industries. They need to be sure that you're not going to come there, grab the mic, and start saying, Dangote, please, Shano me, my mommy have not eaten. If you are properly paid and you are properly charged, you will never be starstruck when you walk into specific spaces. You are not. I get paid to do a job. Thank you so much for the offer and the opportunity. There's no ass licking. I don't know if you get my point. But if you have put yourself in a place where you are begging, then the value depreciates. So when you start to lose customers, if that's the word you choose to use, what you should look at is internally. Have you gotten to a point in your business where your value has increased in such a way that your pricing has to, and as such, you have to shed weight because you are no longer for everybody.
All right. So this question just pertains directly to TGP. It says, how do you tone the way people perceive you? In your own, the person said in his own or his own case, I show up every day for my business to the extent that I go to trade fairs and all. But recently I noticed people perceive me in a very bad way. Like, one, I love money too much. Two, I waste my energy on things and lots more that I can't say. But I believe it's because they are not in the business line. That is why they don't understand my efforts. Wow, this is long. But I want you, but I want you to know that. Okay, let's just stop there. It's a bit long. So the major thing is, how do you tone the way people perceive you? And despite the fact that you're showing up in your business, and then sometimes people have this ideology that maybe you love money too much, or you waste your energy.
Because as a business owner, the moment you start growing and you start losing people, they are going out there with a narration. They are not going, someone that have been paying you stipend, then later you up your game and they can't afford it. And based on the fact that you have been able to put structures in place. Okay, maybe before before I used to be the photographer, editor, and all. And currently I can tell you that the last time I took my laptop to edit was 2 years ago. So now tell me, if I am to charge the same rate I would charge then. So the people that can afford it now would definitely go with he likes money, is this, is that. But guess what? Even that is also a publicity if your work is good. So because people who go about saying different things, they are most times people that could not afford it. We've had a situation whereby a couple came into our studio. They didn't book. They were just passing through Tanker, and maybe they have their regular photographer along the same axis. Then they came into the studio. So my guys told them, "Oh, do you have a booking? Oh, you should have make booking before coming into this space because we shoot based on appointment." Then they flared up. They were so angry, that to them, because of the people, the structure they are used to. They are used to walking in. You understand? They are used to walking into a studio, take pictures, just take 2 and say, "I'll be snapping 5 clothes." Then after taking the 5 outfits, you can now pick one from each of the outfits. So that is what they are used to. It is not their fault. So sometimes you just need to make sure that the little people, it is okay for people to have another perspective of you. But the little set of people that are able to have access to you, it is what they are saying about you that really matter, not the people who could not afford you. The MTN users, MTN user can say, "Oh, Glow has the lowest, the highest," they can say anything. But because they have not tried it, the person using Glow have something to say about Glow. You understand? So that is how it is. So if you are looking at placing everybody, you just want to be the Mr. Good among everybody, you're not going anywhere. You want everybody to caption you as the cheapest, the most affordable, this person is the most friendly. Because you are going to, some people will come into you to come and patronize you. They're going to be friendly. But at the end of the day, I can make my own field as an example. That's the photography field. People will come, be friendly, they book a session. Okay, I'm taking 4 pictures for this so amount. And at the end of the day, when they come into the studio, they finish taking their pictures, they are picking 7 pictures. And they don't want to add extra. And if you don't give extra, when you say, "Okay, please, we can only give you 1 extra," just to make sure that you get something you didn't pay for. That 3 you are not giving them for free is a reason for some people to insult you and go and caption you as the most strict person. That person does not even know family. So people will always have narrations. But guess what? The people who knows your value, they will definitely have something good to say about you. And those are the people that really matter. Thank you.
Thank you so
Sorry,
much.
can I add to that? Now, I don't know if the person is here, but I hope the person can hear this. I won't say be like me, but be like me. One of my favorite songs in this world is Nice, I Don't Care. I don't care what they say. Oh, me, Jericho. I genuinely don't care. Because the day I was filling my CAC form, it's just my name that I put there. And it's me that paid. I don't owe anybody. See, if it's me. And I got hired to come and do a birthday party of the CEO of a company in Abuja. Of a nationwide company, actually, who resides in Abuja. They paid me well. The only person missing at that event was Buhari. From the vice president down, they were in attendance. It was a very solid one. And I kept asking myself, is it my Instagram? What did they see? Then I got into Abuja, and I just saw that woman, and I knew that, okay, I had seen this woman somewhere. And she walked up to me, and she's like, the same energy you gave in Amoyo, give it in Abuja. And I'm like, Okay. And I pulled her aside. I said, "Ma, explain." And she's like, "I was at the event in Amoyo, and the only thing that lingered in her head throughout is, if you can do this much in the corners of Amoyo, what would you do if you are put on a higher pedestal?" Which buttresses what he said. I gave extra. I didn't care that I was doing this in Amoyo. I delivered that event like everybody that mattered was there. So don't see any customer as, oh, they are small, or they are not. Every customer is big. Just like I said, the one customer, impress one person and the ripple effect will continue to show. There's no small customer anywhere. For somebody to put their hands in their pockets and buy what you are selling, they are king.
Thank you so much. That's very valid. There is no small customer anywhere. If you're going to go on with anything, please make sure you go. So, Sir Engineer Fuller, this question is, when you started, what was your status personally, financially, and how did you acquire the resources to grow? At what point did you know it was time to scale? And what strategies or action did you take to fund and execute that growth? That essentially, I'm curious about the nitty-gritty. This person is detailed. The nitty-gritty of going from starting small to scaling successfully.
I think we need to unpack that question.
We'll take it bit by bit.
We'll take it bit by bit.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Give
So
me the first bit.
Okay, so the first bit is, when you started, what was your status personally and financially? I think we should start with that.
Let's start from there. Okay. When I started out, the status was not this glamorous. It was very, very down to earth. As at that time, in fact, what gave birth to EVC itself was EVC trying to solve a problem. Because I undertake constructions for people, during my internship days, post-polytechnic, I interned at a construction firm, so I know the basics of how construction works and all of that. So the very first time I attended a class, my 200 level, after getting admitted into the university, the very first time I attended a class was the very first time I met my first client. So the guy was dressed in kaftan, different from what a regular student would look like, right? And because I've sort of seen how business was done outside the four walls of the school, I knew there and then that this person looks like someone that can patronize what I have to offer. But we did not do business until 2 years later. So, but I kept on telling people, talking to people about what I can do. So, on one of those days that I met the guy, after that first encounter, he said, "And I have one small land that we can do something on, but I don't know how to go about it." So I gave him that consultation, free, obviously, because I could not even have offered a value to it. I remember that the first money that guy was to give to me was 140,000 naira. For any member of EVC staff that's there, I've said that story before. 140,000 naira, the day that guy would give it to me, it was in cash. He came to my hostel, one single room. He came to my hostel, was like, "You see this money, Joe? This money is all I have. And you just have to help me do this the best of the ways you can." The economy was not this bad back then. And I remember vividly that 140,000 naira, aside we getting some materials and all of that, we nearly finished that money on foundation, right? So the level of accountability and integrity that came with it was the first capital. Do you understand? Because like they mentioned, that your first client would lead you to the second client, that will lead you to the third client, that will lead you to your A client. Down the line, the person eventually connected me to someone that gave me 20 million naira to erect a similar building. A building that we started out with 240,000 naira. Because it was done properly, it led to the connection that brought 20 million naira in less than 2 years interval. And that's to say that starting out is not necessarily by capital. When you are starting out, your first resource has to be integrity. When you tell people this is what you are to expect, it is better you give them what they are expecting than under-give them what they are expecting. So you don't over-promise to under-deliver. You under-deliver to over-promise. And that's the way to start out in businesses. And that is the first thing you need to master when dealing with people. Your integrity has to be there, because that's the resource that would propel you to other part of the business that you are not even privy or aware of. I think that answers the first bit.
I think that does. So the second bit now is, at what point did you know it was time to scale? And what strategies or action did you take to fund and execute that growth?
Okay, scale without structure and system is chaos. So, and as much as we like to glamorize it, scale will test you on all faces. It's going to test you emotionally, it's going to test you financially, it's going to test you psychologically, it's going to test you spiritually. So, if you have not mastered your documentation process, don't scale. So, for everything you do in the business, there must be a template. A template is what underscores it. Right? That is, note it down. I'm a real estate developer. People buy projects from me and all of that. So the very first would be to look for property, right? The second best will look for how to market and sell the property. When I then get a client from selling that property, how do I retain those clients? So these are all processes, right? Then design a system around it. That is, when you've documented your processes, and those processes can now work without your direct input, a system have been created. That's what creates the system. It can work without your input, without your physical presence. That's what makes it a system. Now, with that, find the right team around it. That is, oh, this person is a relationship builder, so this person should be in charge of my customer experience. This person knows how to sweet talk people, tell them the features, the amenities, the promises that this particular project holds. Oh, this person can be in sales. Oh, this person is a get-it-done kind of a person. He can get things done without him squeezing his face. He's a solution-oriented person. Oh, this person manages the site. So when you've gotten people to now undo all of those processes, that is what makes it a system. And they can function effectively without your direct input, then you are ready for scale. So you now need to understand that the motivation for a lot of persons differ. And your job on the business is to find people at that position of their why and match their why to the big why of the company or to the big why of your vision. So for some persons, their motivation could be that, oh, once the CEO publicly acknowledges that I'm the one that does this, they like validation. They like to be given credit. You must know that that's what keeps them going and assign them responsibilities in that regard. There are other persons whose some persons motivation could be money. Some other person's motivation could be career growth. Some other person's motivation could be visibility. So you must know what ticks the boss. For these persons you've placed in charge of the system, and that's how you can scale.
All right, thank you so much, sir. We are rounding up soon. There's so many questions that are just coming in. So I'll be asking, there's a question here that is directed to Mr. Sholaraman. This person says, as a photographer in Ilorin, confident in the quality of my work, how can I attract clients who are willing to pay for the value I provide? Because what I am getting right now is below my worth and value, and it feels like I'm chasing everyone. This person particularly asked for you. Well, personally, I would have said TGP is in a better position.
Okay, ask that question again. I know why they asked for me, though, but ask that question again.
Okay, so as a photographer in Ilorin, confident in the quality of my work, how can I attract clients who are willing to pay for the value I provide? That's one. Because what I'm getting right now is below my worth and value, and it feels like I'm chasing everyone.
Okay, so first and foremost, value is not a self-acclaimed thing. I need to understand that there's nobody that doesn't feel good about what they are selling. Amy, ayayati. No. You will tell yourself that every morning, right? What's his name? Portable and Sheyi vibes will look in the mirror and say, I'm a handsome man. Every morning. They have to tell themselves that. It's how it is. And it's that same mirror that Simini will look at and say, I'm a handsome man. But what we are all seeing is different. Now, the value that you proclaim you have on what you currently are doing should come more from, I don't want to use the word feedback, but let it come more from what I think this person should do, right? If I were advice, is put more energy on building substance in terms of relationships. Put more energy in building substance in terms of what? Relationships. I'll give you a very good example. There are events that I have done in this town
as much as all of us are learning. All right, so before we go into full details, I would like to ask, and I'll be starting with Engineer Fola. Within the shortest time possible, you've been able to start from nothing, and then obviously you started as an idea, became a you thing, and then it became a we thing, and in no time, your business now has branches across the nation, and you work with clients both in the shores and outside of the shores of Nigeria. What can you say particularly was the transitioning effect? What was that major thing? Was it luck? Was it sponsor from Popsy? Or what was that thing that made it possible?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for that question. I wish it was the case. I mean, support from Popsies or support from well-wishers. EVC as a brand is beyond just the sales of, say, real estate or even construction or any of the things that we put out there. Because for us, we believe that the vision guiding that particular movement is bigger than what we are currently putting out. But I think the changing narrative for the EVC story is something that is still there, and that is the ability to wake up each day with renewed energy, renewed consistency, and just believe that we are still scratching the surface. So for any entrepreneur that gets complacent with what they've been able to achieve in terms of wins, they would definitely not be able to move to the next level. So believing primarily that we are still starting is the driving force behind EVC. We don't get comfortable with our wins, and extraordinary things does not move us anymore. We are looking at the next thing and how we can pioneer it better. So that ideology have actually shaped how we operate. That ideology have also reasoned how we interface with a number of things. So for us, it is the belief and strong understanding that we have a number of things to achieve and we are just starting. So for that reason, every of the things we do, we are always looking onto the next way of doing it better, because we want to believe that our prior best needs to be beaten. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's result speaking. Okay, so sir, Mr. Shalaraman, you have a personality that is likable. I know you. Is it at what point did you discover that this was going to be a necessity in growing your brand, growing your business? At what point did you discover that you have to be a likable, or it just came naturally, or it started off as acting and then that just took its own shape?
First, good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, let me correct it. I'm not very likable. I think I'm a pimple that shows up on your forehead on your wedding day. You can't pop it. You just have to find a way to live with it. I try as much as possible to make myself impressionable. I think that's the better word to use, because like is very relative. Regardless of what you do, some people will just choose not to like. I think for me, it started off from a pretty young age. I'm an only child of a single mother, and from a very early age, my mom has always let me understand the fact that she's holding my hand through life, but it's just for a while. And as such, I need to learn how to walk the cause and the part of this life alone. And understanding that you're alone, the only thing you have are the morals and the ethics that you have been groomed with. And understanding that she made sure she made me understand the importance of believing so much in myself and making myself a person of value from a pretty, very young age. I'm the kind of boy who my mom will make me join the cultural troop when all boys are joining sports club. My mom will make me join the press club when all boys are trying to play darts. So she will understand that these other spaces are spaces that you will thrive regardless. But go into places where people like you are not seen, so that you will know exactly how to adapt if situations arise. So I think from a pretty young age, I have learned how to make friends. I'm the boy who, as an only child, you understand, you always have friends, primary school, secondary school. So because of that, it moved on, and I was able to transmit that into my business life. I make myself very, very impressionable. I say it every single time. I do not want to come into a space and leave that space and they will not talk about me. I try very hard. I remember coming into University of Learning after spending so many years at home. My mates were already graduating before I got into school. And do you know what it means to have your junior in secondary school as your classmates in underlevel? And I understood that I was dealing with younger ones, but I promised myself from the first day in school that I wanted to live in Ilorin as one of the most popular boys. I don't care how it was going to be done, but it had to be done. And so that mindset really, when you put that before any conversation or before any interaction or before any business relationship, it makes you understand that you want to leave an impression. And that's it for me. I always want to leave an impression.
Thank you so much, sir. So impression, that's the word. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So, sir, permit me to say that you suddenly, out of nowhere, we just started seeing TGP, baby photography everywhere in Ilorin. And was it that you slept and then revelation just came from heaven and then you just decided, okay, baby photography is the way? Or you just felt that nobody's doing baby photography? Or what exactly made you, because you're an extraordinary photographer. You snap for events, for weddings, for occasions and the rest like that. So what made you to say that this is what I want to popularize? This is what I want to advertise. Why not? What instigated that aspect of your business?
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I'll say that I've been in photography business for the past 14 years. And all we do is just to take pictures, like anything that comes, you just want to take it and make money out of it. And what triggered that, to go straight to your question, is that, in industry, photography industry, we have so much, just like every other industry. We have so much. Even when they say someone is a force man, they will still ask you, is he a police or a civil defense? So just like that, we have it in photography as well. And what triggered me, because for every business owner, something need to, let me say, the way I use it for my boys, I say something need to get you angry. That is the code I use for my boys. The reason is that, in Ilorin, at that time there were a lot of photographers that have to run after event planners. If you don't have good relationship with event planners, trust me, you're not going anywhere. No matter it is, because if you are looking at major aspects of photography where they pay people more, is wedding photography in Ilorin majorly. So you need to run after event planners. So, and I have friends who are event planners that already have more than enough boys that they work with. Someone like Mr. Sholaraman and others, you understand? They have enough boys. Not because we are not friends, but they have enough people that is on their hands. So I decided to, just think of something I can do differently. That when you think about that thing in the city of Ilorin, you definitely pick TGP. So that did not start overnight. TGP used to have a project, Kwara Got Talent. And I can say that we were the first person to organize talent show in Kwara State. 2017, 2018, that politicians attended, So then, when you talk about TGP, imagine someone who has been in photography business for a very long time and started doing entertainment shows and all that in 2017. And the only thing people now know us for was entertainment show. When you heard about TGP, you just say, hey, that guy that used to organize that show, oh, that team that used to organize that show. So I decided to change the narrative. So we decided to come out in another way and shoot out in a way that a lot of people believe that in media, it is your work that will pronounce you. It is your work. People still believe that thing now, that it is your work that will push you out there. No, we said no. Let's use our money to push ourselves out there so that at least we can be noticed by majority in the city of Ilorin. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, sir. And I can say that it's not just majority. I think everybody now will say that they know TGP. All right, sir. So you at a point in time in your business, you discovered that your old model it has changed. How the processes, how it converts to sales has changed. And then you now decided to transition. Even though you are still doing largely a lot of the same services, but you transitioned the name, you transitioned the branding, the communication style, your staffing, and all the rest like that. So what instigated? Is it that you just wanted to follow the trends, that's what everybody is doing? Or at what point in any of our lives here as business owners should we say that it is time to transition?
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I answer that question, you need a little history lesson. The name of the company used to be Ladbash Interiors. In Ilorin, when we started, most of the people who were buying furniture or who were making furniture were the roadside carpenters. And we at that time already existed as a construction company. And we noticed that people would come, ask us to build their homes for them or their offices for them, and they'll bring furniture makers from Lagos. So we researched these companies. What do they do specifically? And we found out that what they were doing was basically putting themselves in the right position to represent certain clients. Most of the workers who were coming to do these jobs at that time were even roadside carpenters, but they had affiliations with big furniture companies. Doing that research, we found out that we had to start from the scratch and recruit carpenters, train them, and give them the exposure to deliver on the level we wanted them to. Now, in growing, other people came into the business. We had competitors from all over. And because of, I would say, structural issues, if you remember, there was something one of the panelists were talking about, that you have to have structure in your business. If you don't have structure in your business, it'll punish you. It'll haunt you. You need to have structure to keep your clients and to keep your workers in place and in position so they deliver on what they're supposed to deliver at every point in time. Now, as we grew older, because of that lack of structure, we lost some of our workers. And then it turned out that everywhere we go marketing, your boys just left here. Which boys? So what we now had to do was find a way to make sure that people know that there's a difference between these people who deliver for you and us. Because at certain times, when they have issues with these guys, they come back to meet us in the office. Your boys are doing this for us. We have no idea. If you had come to the office, we would have delivered for you without any problems. But you have chosen to go to the roadside to pick up boys who claimed have worked for us and have delivered rubbish for you. So based on that, and a couple of others, we now had issues with quality delivery. So we had to alienate the old us and bring out the new us with structures in place to prevent people using our names, 1. 2, to prevent loss of staff. 3, to increase our credibility and visibility across the country. Because even as Ladbash, we had worked all over the country in places like Yola, Lagos, Abuja, Kano, even as far as Delta State. We have delivered on projects. We have worked for the likes of House of Tara. We have worked for the likes of G Pinnacle. We have worked for the likes of a couple of others. I can't remember their names right now. But bottom line is, sometimes you need to grow beyond that level. And with Ladbash, we had questions coming in at times like, you guys must be Muslims. You guys must be from the South. We are a brand that we cut across all cultures. And that ultimately added to us changing our name and our brand to whole facts.
Can we join our hands together? Thank you so much. So one of my take notes from that is that position your brand in a way that you are not restricted in access. Okay, so we have some questions already coming in from Instagram, and this says that I produce plantain chips, and any money I make from this money, most of the time, I use it for transportation to school. And this has been making my business not to rise, or to rise and to fall. So I need advice. I would be asking Engineer Fola because, of course, you started business from school, and then here you are also.
Okay. Condolences to the money lost while trying to make more money. I think one of the very first business ventures I participated in was the sales of gadgets, laptops, phones, and all of that. And I was a middleman, meaning that there was someone who hands me these things. I would mark up the pricing, find whoever is interested in owning them, and then sell to the person. Then I'll make profits in between. I recycle the process. And I'm very, very glad one of the speakers mentioned it, and I think you also mentioned it, that to actually grow any business reasonably, your profit margin has to be sizable. One, your profit margin also has to be adaptable to the business concept itself. Most oftentimes than not, a lot of entrepreneurs want to cut corners with pricing, meaning that they are trying to look for the cheapest offers in the market. They want to offer the cheapest offer in the market in their thinking that you having a lower pricing would necessarily force people to do business with you. And that is not the concept of how the economics work. So recently there was someone who came check out some of our properties and all of that. And I do know for a certainty that the pricing we were selling that project for is something he could buy at convenience. Then we agreed, he came, saw the project and all of that. He was willing to buy. So when he got home, he sort of checked competitors' pricing and reached out back that I wanted to buy that thing, but immediately I saw this, I just say I'm no longer interested. I'll be going with one of these options. I did not try to sell him or do anything. I just said, all right, sir. And that was how the conversation ended. It was so curious that it came the second or the third day and was like, you did not even try to convince me to sell and all of that. And I told him, we are not in the rat race of who sells more, right? We're actually in the rat race of providing you value. And if you cannot see the value that we are trying to give to you for what it is, there's no point at selling to you. So entrepreneurs must understand that it is not cost price minus selling price that would actually get you the profit margin you are looking for. So you must be smart enough to account for other expenses that are part of the business. So say, for instance, you sell plantain chips, as you've mentioned. You go to school on a daily basis to sell that plantain chip because that's where your customer base as of now is. Meaning that your transportation to and fro from school is part of cost to the business, which you must account for, right? You utilize data to eventually send people the samples. You utilize monies to transport yourself to where you source these plantain chips. All these are expenses that must be accounted for in the pricing of what you intend to sell. So it's not just, oh, I bought it for 10 naira. Once I'm able to sell it for 20 naira, I'm now in a comfortable profit margin. You are not, because the economy itself is taking away some percentages, which you must account for. So in the bid of wanting to sell or trying to be the largest seller in the market, don't bring down prices. It is an unending cycle of frustration. Don't try to lower prices for anything. And that being said does not also mean you should irrationally also position your pricing model. So you must also understand that as humans, people would always want to compare the opportunities at their disposal. So if I'm selling real estate to you at a different pricing, it also means that beyond you buying that property, there must be something else you can be a part of when you patronize my services. So it then means that beyond you just trying to sell plantain chips to people, you must have a unique value proposition attached to what you do. Do you understand? Probably the nutritional nutrients or something that is quite different from every other plantain vendor. And that makes you stand out uniquely. So we must understand that, first off, the situation with pricing, you must mock up pricing to match up the reality of what you are operating in. Secondly, you must strengthen your unique value proposition such that when you now mock up those pricing, it does not sound outrageous. Thirdly, you must have the confidence and courage that when you implement these new strategies, you'll be seen as overboard. But you must just continue nonetheless. I think that way, your plantain chips will not continue to suffer for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. That's well said. So this next question directly just goes to Mr. Shalaraman. And he says, for a customer that left due to increment in pricing, how do I win them back without necessarily bending rules on my pricing?
Take that again.
For a customer that left due to increment in pricing, how do I win them back without necessarily bending rules on my pricing?
Okay, so I'm going to say this, and it might come off cocky, but it's just the truth. There's a point you will get to in your business that losing customers is actually very necessary. And it's actually a sign of growth. There are the products that you are developing, that you are building, that you are selling, is not for everybody. People would follow you on the journey, right? But along the line, just like every car or every train, people need to get up at different bus stops. Only the guy who is flying the plane or driving the train or whatever his case might be is compelled to get to the end of it. No customer. There are days when the train will leave Ibadan and maybe 200 of us leave Ibadan. It might just be 50 of us that will get to Lagos. People will stop along the line. People need to. I don't see it as, you shouldn't feel bad. The question you should ask yourself is, the reason I increased price, can I back it up with value? Can I back it up with capacity? Am I losing A to attract B? Or am I not attracting either people at any point in time? There was a time in my life when, quotes and unquotes, please don't quote me, quotes and unquotes, I was the highest paid MC in this town. Right? Now, I remember at that point, I was earning, 60,000, 80,000 for an event. And then I realized that there were young MCs coming up. And I remember I read somewhere, I can't really place it, that the key players in the industry need to move for some of the young ones to thrive. And I understood that statement didn't really play out until I experienced something one day. I walked into a conversation with a client who was talking to another MC. They were trying to hire the MC to co-MC with me. And the MC they were talking to was giving, I think, as I think I was charging 80K. And the person was trying to charge 70,000. And they were like, Kenny, buying gun, shola 80,000 laughing. Do you understand that kind of thing? And I understood that the time has come for me to actually increase my price because I've gotten to a point where I'm being seen as the pinnacle of that. So for the others to be able to thrive, let me move. I then took a leap and I moved into the hundreds of thousands. If I remember the very first time I charged 150K, they called me from Ojatutu. Umbashola one looting 100,000. Do you understand that kind of thing? Now, did I lose some customers at that point? Yes. Did I gain some new ones? Oh my God, I'm grateful for them. Because I'm not dealing with the people who are willing to pay hundreds of thousands. And the 45, 50,000 naira customers now see me as premium. And I'm not the easy go-to guy that they could reach at that point. So they will call me now with 80,000 naira, which is still good money as at then, but they are begging me. Do you get that kind of thing? So you will lose customers at some point when you are making specific decisions with your business. But the point is, did you make that decision from a value position? Did you make it from a capacity position? Have you invested in yourself before you can actually demand from figures from clients? A lot of times, business owners, there was one of you, I don't know if it was the first speaker or you that said it about, I think it was you, competitor-based pricing. Don't ever make that mistake. Don't ever make that mistake. I don't care. I say it a lot of times. I don't follow a lot of my competitors. Not because I don't want to, but I don't even want to see them in view. So I'm not limited to what they are doing or how they are doing their things, or I try to build my operations around theirs. I'm not concerned if everybody is charging X. If I know that the value I bring to the table is Y, I will charge Y. Because, let me bust your brain, there are customers who will not buy from you because you are cheap. I've had that experience before when I wanted to host an event in Ikoyi, and I was charging, what, 200,000-300,000 as at then. And I told the man, I said, in my mind, I was calling 300K like a lot of money, like, it's 300,000. And the man said, okay. Then his wife called me. And she's like, can you do this? I said, why? She said, what you want to charge is what we give as tips. And in my mind, I'm like, the 300,000, it's about what? It's minus logistics. Because I was trying to create a reason, but when I eventually went for that event, I understood why. You are dealing with captains of industries. They need to be sure that you're not going to come there, grab the mic, and start saying, Dangote, please, Shanu me, my mommy have not eaten. If you are properly paid and you are properly charged, you will never be starstruck when you walk into specific spaces. You are not. I get paid to do a job in Lagos State Government House, and I've paid premium. If someone who walks in, he's a client. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the offer and the opportunity. There's no ass licking. I didn't even get my point. But if you have put yourself in a place where you are begging, then the value depreciates. So when you start to lose customers, if that's the word you choose to use, what you should look at is internally. Have you gotten to a point in your business where your value has increased in such a way that your pricing has to, and as such, you have to shed weight because you are no longer for everybody. So don't see it as you are losing customers. Understand that you are creating space for the right ones to actually come in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. All right. So this question just pertains directly to TGP. It says, how do you tone the way people perceive you? The person in his own or his own case, I show up every day for my business to the extent that I go to trade fairs and all. But recently I noticed people perceive me in a very bad way. Like, 1, I love money too much. 2, I waste my energy on things, and lots more that I can't say. But I believe it's because they are not in the business line. That is why they don't understand my efforts. Wow, this is long. But I want you to know that, okay, let's just stop there. It's a bit long. So the major thing is, how do you tone the way people perceive you? And despite the fact that you're showing up in your business, and then sometimes people have this ideology that maybe you love money too much, or you waste your energy, you are too excessive in your business.
Okay, I will start by saying that is not a problem. Because as a business owner, the moment you start growing, and you start losing people, they are going out there with a narration. They are not going, someone that have been paying you stipend, then later you up your game, and they can't afford it. And based on the fact that you have been able to put structures in place, okay, maybe before before I used to be the photographer, editor, and all. And currently I can tell you that the last time I took my laptop to edit was 2 years ago. So now tell me, if I am to charge the same rate I would charge then. So the people that can afford it now would definitely go with he likes money, is this, is that. But guess what? Even that is also a publicity, if your work is good. So because people who go about saying different things, they are most times people that could not afford it. We've had a situation whereby a couple came into our studio. They didn't book. They were just passing through Tanker, and then maybe they have their regular photographer along the same address. Then they came into the studio. So my guys told them, "Oh, do you have a booking? Oh, you should have make booking before coming into this space because we shoot based on appointment." Then they flared up. They were so angry, that to them, because of the people, the structure they are used to walking in. Do you understand? They are used to walking into a studio, take pictures, just take 2 and say, "I'll be snapping 5 clothes." Then after taking the 5 outfits, you can now pick one from each of the outfits. So that is what they are used to. It is not their fault. So sometimes you just need to make sure that the little people, it is okay for people to have another perspective of you. But the little set of people that are able to have access to you, it is what they are saying about you that really matter, not the people who could not afford you. The MTN users MTN user can say, "Oh, Glow has the lowest, the highest," they can say anything. But because they have not tried it, the person using Glow have something to say about Glow. You understand? So that is how it is. So if you are looking at pleasing everybody, you just want to be the Mr. Good among everybody, you're not going anywhere. You want everybody to caption you as the cheapest, the most affordable, this person is the most friendly. Because you are going to, some people will come into you to come and patronize you. They're going to be friendly. But at the end of the day, I can make my own field as an example. That's the photography field. People will come, be friendly, they book a session. Okay, I'm taking 4 pictures for this so amount. And at the end of the day, when they come into the studio, they finish taking their pictures. They are picking 7 pictures. And they don't want to add extra. And if you don't give extra, okay, when you say, "Okay, please, we can only give you 1 extra," just to make sure that you get something you didn't pay for. That 3 you are not giving them for free is a reason for some people to insult you and go and caption you as the most strict person. That person does not even know family. So people will always have narrations. But guess what? The people who knows your value, they will definitely have something good to say about you. And those are the people that really matter. Thank you.
Thank you so
Sorry,
much.
can I add to that? Now, I don't know if the person is here, but I hope the person can hear this. I won't say be like me, but be like me. One of my favorite songs in this world is Nice, I Don't Care. I don't care what they say. Oh, me, Jerry. I genuinely don't care. Because the day I was filling my CAC form, it's just my name that I put there. And it's me that paid. I don't owe any. See, if you are not on the board of directors, such a way that you have fine. If you cannot give me money, keep the advice a little bit. Keep the opinion a little bit. If you are not foiling on financing my lifestyle, and I'm not hiring you to consult you to say, Mr. Ade Daniel, what do you think about this? You get what I'm saying? I'm asking for the truth. Keep it. I've been in business for what? 20 years. I don't have an office. I do not have an office. Everything that you are saying is from the 4x4 of my parlor. It's the 4x4 of my parlor because I'm very objective with myself. What do I need office for? Running costs. The bulk of my customer base always asks to see me. The few ones who want to see me can come. If you are paying millions, I should be able to open my parlor for you to sit down. So why will I not be running gang and be doing the signage? You did not pay for local government. I don't have time. So at a point in my life, I used one of the most expensive places in Ilorin as my office. the mall. I was always, Baba, just look like this. Shola is at the mall. Some of my friends at that point were calling me Mr. Shoprite. I was always at the mall. People had different things to say. People had different opinions about it. Some people saw me as jobless, as lousy, as he's everywhere, he's this. But I can tell you what they didn't know, I didn't need to explain to them because those who needed to know didn't ask questions. I was making a lot of money by appearing at the mall every day. So much so, the mall hired me to do marketing consultation for them. Just because they understand the fact that there's hardly any business in that mall right now that I was not there at the beginning of it. So I can easily say, I've been here for 10 years, on Shebana by nobody wish. I will tell you because I know, and the mall can tell you to ask me because they know that I know. Because I've been there. There are times when I show up at the mall because I understand the fact that some of the customers that want to reach you can't even access your phone number. Some of them don't have Instagram, and the mall is our Dubai. Everybody goes there. I know customers that will just park. I'm like, hey, wait, come. I would always be at the mall because I understood the fact that I didn't have an office to run. I had a free space, working space of fair. I just need like 2 or 3 shop owners to be friends with me so in case my phone low, I can tag it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, people who had opinions about it at that time, right? They had different things to say, but now I'm sure that from wherever they are, their opinions have changed. I didn't set out to correct their opinions, but I try so hard to build myself in such a way that the naysayers now become the marketers who say everything to the world that you are doing great. So don't care what they say. They will talk. Show up. Nobody can show up for your business like you. Nobody can push your business like you. Anybody who has an opinion about it should fund your lifestyle. If they cannot...
That was well said, sir. Well said. Sincerely, I don't think that can be overemphasized. It's not everybody that should be our customers. It's not everybody that can even be our customers. So why stress? All right. So, sir, this question goes to you. And I think this also applies directly to you because now, so the question is, how can a growing brand like ours, so this person is into laundry, and say, how can a growing brand like theirs attract their first elite client and scale sustainably?
First elite client. Now, the way to go about it is, before you set out to do a business, it's possible that you have done something for someone, somewhere, and they have probably given you this idea that you can do this, or you've given yourself that I can deliver on this. So, when you deliver more than what you've been asked to do. So say, for example, you've been given, say, a set of agbada to wash and iron, right? If you can deliver that and add a, say, thank you card at the end of it, when they open their box to see a thank you card, something to give them this personalized feeling, you will be surprised that that person will tell the next person, and that next person will tell the next person till it gets to that A-list client that you're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we jam my hands together?
Sorry, to add to what Mr. Raji said, elite is a perspective thing. There's no elite customer anywhere. Anybody that can patronize you, elite. I need you to understand that. Because let me give you personal life experience. One of the highest paying jobs I got as an MC came from one of what I would have regarded as the lowest paying jobs. I got hired to do a job in Amoyo. I like to tell this story because it's a reality that I experienced. I got a job to do a wedding at Amoyo. The customer paid me. They reached out to me from Ireland, and they paid. I remember that I still have a picture of that day in my gallery. I wore a suit. It was a 3-piece. I looked fantastic, and I showed up at Amoyo, and I looked like the sponsor of the wedding. I felt so bad. They did not need to hire me. The money they used, they should have used to feed people. I didn't need to be hired for that event. I got to the wedding, and they were asking me, they thought I was the chairman. And they were welcome, you are welcome. So I said, oh my gosh, really. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, when I saw that, I understood that It was the mother of the bride who hired me. She couldn't come, documentation, whatever. She felt like, okay, one thing she could spend money on is a good MC. And I just looked at it at that point. If I wanted to be lackadaisical, I didn't need to do so much to impress them in Amoyo. It was by the side of a church. It was just a tent. One little small parana everywhere to that Rishola has given them wonders. But I delivered that event like I was standing in a Transcorp. Right? Now, there was a woman in the corner of that event. I didn't even pay so much cognizance to her. Apparently, she's friends with the mother of the bride who couldn't come. So, you know, people that just have to make appearance, pay whatever I was saying late. She just sat at the corner. I kid you not, 3-4 months down the line after that event, I was on my bed. I can never forget that day. When the call came in, hi, my name is Dr. Kenega Keneka. Is this Sholara man? I was sleeping with, yes, it's me. And I got hired to come and do a birthday party of the CEO of a company in Abuja, of a nationwide company, actually, who resides in Abuja. They paid me well. The only person missing at that event was Buhari. From the vice president down, they were in attendance. It was a very solid one. And I kept asking myself, is it my Instagram? What did they see? Then I got into Abuja, and I just saw that woman, and I knew that, okay, I had seen this woman somewhere. And she walked up to me, and she's like, the same energy you gave in Amoyo, give it in Abuja. And I'm like, okay. And I pulled her aside. I said, my experience. She's like, I was at the event in Amoyo, and the only thing that lingered in her head throughout is, if you can do this much in the corners of Amoyo, what would you do if you are put on a higher pedestal? Which buttresses what he said. I gave extra. I didn't care that I was doing this in Amoyo. I delivered that event like everybody that mattered was there. So don't see any customer as, oh, they are small, or they are not. Every customer is big. Just like I said, the one customer, impress one person and the ripple effect will continue to show. There's no small customer anywhere. For somebody to put their hands in their pockets and buy what you are selling, they are king.
Thank you so much. That's very valid. There is no small customer anywhere. If you're going to go on with anything, please make sure you go. So, Sir Engineer Fuller, this question is, when you started, what was your status personally, financially, and how did you acquire the resources to grow? At what point did you know it was time to scale? And what strategies or action did you take to fund and execute that growth? That essentially, I'm curious about the nitty-gritty. This person is detailed. The nitty-gritty of going from starting small to scaling successfully.
I think we would need to unpack that question.
We'll take it bit by bit.
We'll take it bit by bit.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Give
So
me the first bit.
Okay, so the first bit is, when you started, what was your status personally and financially? I think we should start with that.
Let's start from there. Okay. When I started out, the status was not this glamorous. It was very, very down to heart. As at that time, in fact, what gave birth to EVC itself was EVC trying to solve a problem. Because I undertake constructions for people, during my internship days, post-polytechnic, I interned at a construction firm, so I know the basics of how construction works and all of that. So the very first time I attended a class, my 200 level, after getting admitted into the university, the very first time I attended a class was the very first time I met my first client. So the guy was dressed in kaftan, different from what a regular student would look like, right? And because I've sort of seen how business was done outside the four walls of the school, I knew there and then that this person looks like someone that can patronize what I have to offer. But we did not do business until 2 years later. So, but I kept on telling people, talking to people about what I can do. So, on one of those days that I met the guy, after that first encounter, he said, and I have one small land that we can do something on, but I don't know how to go about it. So I gave him that consultation, free, obviously, because I could not even have offered a value to it. I remember that the first money that guy was to give to me was 140,000 naira. For any member of EVC staff that say I've said that story before. 140,000 naira, the day that guy would give it to me, it was in cash. He came to my hostel, one single room. He came to my hostel, it was like, you see this money, Joe, this money is all I have. And you just have to help me do this the best of the ways you can. The economy was not this bad back then. And I remember vividly that 140,000 naira, aside we getting some materials and all of that, we nearly finished that money on foundation. Right? So the level of accountability and integrity that came with it was the first capital. Do you understand? Because, like they mentioned, that your first client would lead you to the second client, that will lead you to the third client, that will lead you to your A client. Down the line, the person eventually connected me to someone that gave me 20 million naira to erect a similar building. A building that we started out with 240,000 naira. Because it was done properly, it led to the connection that brought 20 million naira in less than 2 years interval. And that's to say that starting out is not necessarily by capital. When you are starting out, your first resource has to be integrity. When you tell people this is what you are to expect, it is better you give them what they are expecting than under-give them what they are expecting. So you don't over-promise to under-deliver. You under-deliver to over-promise. And that's the way to start out in businesses. And that is the first thing you need to master when dealing with people. Your integrity has to be there, because that's the resource that would propel you to other part of the business that you are not even privy or aware of. I think that answers the first bit.
I think that does. So the second bit now is, at what point did you know it was time to scale? And what strategies or action did you take to fund and execute that growth?
Okay, scale without structure and system is chaos. So, and as much as we like to glamorize it, scale will test you on all faces. It's going to test you emotionally, it's going to test you financially, it's going to test you psychologically, it's going to test you spiritually. So, if you have not mastered your documentation process, don't scale. So, for everything you do in the business, there must be a template. A template is what underscores it. Right? That is, note it down. I'm a real estate developer. People buy projects from me and all of that. So the very first would be to look for property, right? The second best will look for how to market and sell the property. When I then get a client from selling that property, how do I retain those clients? So these are all processes, right? Then design a system around it. That is, when you've documented your processes, and those processes can now work without your direct input, a system have been created. That's what creates the system. It can work without your input, without your physical presence. That's what makes it a system. Now, with that, find the right team around it. That is, this person is a relationship builder, so this person should be in charge of my customer experience. This person knows how to sweet talk people, tell them the features, the amenities, the promises that this particular project holds. This person can be in sales. This person is a get-it-done kind of a person. He can get things done without him squeezing his face. He's a solution-oriented person. This person manages the site. So when you've gotten people to now undo all of those processes, that is what makes it a system. And they can function effectively without your direct input, then you are ready for scale. So you now need to understand that the motivation for a lot of persons differ. And your job on the business is to find people at that position of their why and match their why to the big why of the company or to the big why of your vision. So for some persons, their motivation could be that, once the CEO publicly acknowledges that I'm the one that does this. They like validation. They like to be given credit. You must know that that's what keeps them going, and assign them responsibilities in that regard. There are other persons whose some persons motivation could be money. Some other person's motivation could be career growth. Some other person's motivation could be visibility. So you must know what ticks the boss. For these persons you've placed in charge of the system, and that's how you can scale.
All right, thank you so much, sir. We are rounding up soon. There's so many questions that are just coming in. So I'll be asking, there's a question here that is directed to Mr. Shola Rahman. This person says, as a photographer in a lorry, confident in the quality of my work, how can I attract clients who are willing to pay for the value I provide? Because what I am getting right now is below my worth and value, and it feels like I'm chasing everyone. This person particularly asked for you. Well, personally, I would have said TGP is in a better position.
Okay, ask that question again. I know why they asked for me, though, but ask that question again.
Okay, so as a photographer in Ilorin, confident in the quality of my work, how can I attract clients who are willing to pay for the value I provide? That's one. Because what I'm getting right now is below my worth and value, and it feels like I'm chasing everyone.
Okay, so first and foremost, value is not a self-acclaimed thing. I need to understand that there's nobody that doesn't feel good about what they are selling. Amy, Ayayati. No. You would tell yourself that every morning, right? What's his name? Portable and Sheyi Vibes will look in the mirror and say, I'm a handsome man. Every morning. They have to tell themselves that. It's how it is. And it's that same mirror that the minute we look at and say, I'm a handsome man, but what we are all saying is different. Now, the value that you proclaim you have on what you currently are doing should come more from, I don't want to use the word feedback, but let it come more from what I think this person should do, right? If I were advice, is put more energy on building substance in terms of relationships. Put more energy in building substance in terms of what? Relationships. I'll give you a very good example. There are events that I have done in this town that have gotten so much fame and acclaim. But did it translate to numbers for me? Maybe not. But what I needed to do was do those events so that the numbers will hear about it and understand that I can operate on that capacity. So for a photographer who is, you believe so much in your craft and you are doing well, work on building your influence. Your influence is not a one-person thing. Okay, let me give you a very good example. There's a young photographer in town now. His name is J Cloud, right? This boy has been in KIV for me for over a year. Like, I just see him, right? But I've never had interaction. But I'm just like, okay, there's this boy. Okay, there's this boy. Okay, there's this boy. But over 6, 7 people kept telling me that this boy wants to see me. Now, this boy has seen me, but has never chosen to approach me. Does that make any sense? He wanted to come to me from a pedestal that I would respect and honor. Does that make any sense? And I'm like, okay, these people that you are, this boy that you are saying wants to see me. I'm seeing him, he's not seeing me. Abibo. And I had to lean back and understand why this boy is telling everybody but me. Right? Now, the fact that all these people that he has spoken to are value and importance to me, he has awakened the consciousness in me about him. Then the tables turned. I then asked to want to see him. I'm like, okay, you want to see me? Kilo Shele, see me. And he didn't have so much to say. He just wanted me to be aware of his brand. And for me, the intentionality and how he went about it really caught my attention. And a lot of my friends will say, he's my new baby, right? There's hardly any job I would do now. I will choke J Cloud down your throat directly or indirectly. You must If you don't use him, I will use him and you will pay for it. Does that make any sense? And it's just because of the intention. I could see that he really wants to give value, right? He really, and another thing I want to say to entrepreneurs and to a photographer of this nature, is money important? Yes, but let it be secondary. Is money important? We all need money to run, but let it be what? Secondary. The importance is the money will come after you have put your name and your brand and your craft in the rooms that they need to be. If your figures get to a room before your brand and your value gets to that room, they will kick the figures out. But if, I'll use an example. I have known the brand Latbash for years. I'm meeting him officially for the first time. So if we were going to talk business now, he doesn't need to say so much to me because the value and what he has built has preceded him. Does that make any sense? So you need to, as much as possible, build value. Be intentional about the relationships that you have. I tell photographers, maybe because I did a course in strategy, and I tell people, business people, beyond the crafts and beyond the products, focus your energy on strategy. How exactly am I getting this product to the people? And also, while you're also building strategy, you will ask yourself very important questions. TGP is a photographer. You are a photographer. What problem are you solving that TGP can't? That gives you an edge. I learned event planning 15 years ago. I didn't start planning events till how many years ago? It was because when I learned it, I didn't see a problem that I needed to solve. I just took the learning and I kept it. But the moment I saw a vacuum, and the vacuum for me was, I realized that the rich and the wealthy in Ilorin, when they wanted to operate at a particular capacity, deemed it fit to bring planners from out of town. And the question is why? They didn't see us as what? Capable. No, we are capable. Bring the millions. We'll definitely do it for you. So that was a problem that I saw and I knew needed to be solved. So as a photographer, you are not just taking pictures. You are freezing moments and keeping them for a lifetime. But are you solving a problem that in an industry where there are already so many players, what are you bringing to the table? The boy J Cloud I just mentioned, one of the things that boy brings to the table is ease on set. I don't think anybody has worked with that boy and has anything to say. I'm a hard person to work with. Very hard. But there's this ease. He just has a way, they fine, or stress, but the baton right, light him, I hit him, go, oh my, there's no how, when light charge, you will calm down. So there has to be something as a photographer that you want to bring to the table. It's important. Let that value precede you. Be intentional also about relationships, about collaborations. Nothing stops you as a photographer. This is end of year. Everybody wants to wrap up their year. They're either planning a shoot for the Christmas or they're planning something for the next year. Pick out 5, 10 people that can change the dynamics of your business. Have you approached an EVC before and say, oh, sir, it is a new year coming. I know you have a headshot that you use for interviews and things. How about a corporate headshot for 2026? Do you get what I'm saying? He might not give you an immediate answer, but you will probe something in his mind. Same thing. There are blogs in this town that help people push their brand. There's things like Arewa, luring people. What stops you from messaging someone like Arewa and saying, oh, you are doing a fantastic job with what you currently do, ma, or sir, but nobody knows you. And I think a perfect way to put yourself out there is a perfect picture to end the year. Do you think a blog of that level, if the owner chooses to unveil themselves at the end of the year and a picture goes out, there will always be a caption of who took that picture. And there's a mileage with which this comes for your business. So beyond the fact that you're taking pictures, think of strategy. Don't bask in the moment of how great your product is or how great the value or service or what you are doing. It is more about how well it can be received. That's where the true value actually lies. So focus that much energy on getting that product to them. And one of the ways I would say it is strategize. look for a loophole. In whatever circle you are saying, there is a loophole. Find that loophole and enter into that space.
All right, so moving on quickly, this is a logistics company and it's directed to TGP, especially because you reign in a competitive market. So how can a small but established logistic brand that has been operating successfully for about 4 years remain competitive and relevant when a much larger company enters the market and tries to dominate it? What strategies can help me retain my loyal customers and prevent them from switching to a bigger brand?
Okay. In that aspect, I think there is no business that does not have competitors coming into it, like in hundreds monthly. Currently now, there is someone learning MC job somewhere today that is starting that thing today now.
So,
you understand? So that is not a problem. I jotted something, and the thing is, if you will be a successful business owner, you will not be emotional. So a lot of people are pushing themselves to race because they are seeing many people coming into their own field. So they are afraid. It is that fear that is knocking a lot of people out of business. So now the only thing you already have a business already. You have your customers already. All you just need to do is just do more. Probably for someone who is into logistics and all, you can do run 2 gets 1 free, or run 3. Like probably someone book you to send something. Okay, there is an advert in town that says 7 seats is reserved for you in December. That thing caught me. That is the same thing. You can also apply such a thing. Just give people reasons to always mention you. I have referred 2 people to your brand, and I know that by the time I refer the 3rd person, I can also send a way bill for free. So I'll be eager to do more. So this thing is not so difficult. We just need to leave the emotional side of it aside and face the reality. The reality is that you are in business and you have more edge even than people that are just coming. And you can easily, push your new product to your existing customers. They will be the one to spread it to more customers for you to survive. Thank you.
Whoever owns this logistics company, I think you should take advantage of what Ade, I don't know if it was you or him that said, I think it was you. You can actually sell emotions, right? One of the fantastic ways to sell emotion in a situation like this, a bigger brand is coming into space. And one of the things with logistics companies is attention to details. So you need to let your customers know, would you rather be one of 200 or one of a million? The attention to detail is different. You are one of 200 customers who I'm giving full attention to. But if you want to go to a space where you're going to be one of 1 million and you're not going to be a priority, you're more than welcome. So you need to let that emotion, those are the things I'm saying about, see, if I will give an advice generally to this room, as quote and unquote a successful business that you might all see us to be, if there's one, I've not asked them, but if there's one thing that I know that we all have in common right now, we are currently strategizing for how 2026 is going to be. A lot of us have left this year. I want to presume, I'm done with 2025, I'm done. Because everything that will happen has been set in motion. Let's just tick the boxes and get the events done. Let's focus on 2026. For 2026, ensure that you pay a lot of attention to strategy. I'm not trying to sell at this business, but if it requires you having a sit down with him or with 10X or paying them for a private session to build what you currently have, do it. That money will bring you more value than a Facebook ad. I'm very sorry. Because you can advertise bullshit. You will spend a lot of money to advertise bullshit. It will go far, and everybody will get conscious awareness that you are doing bullshit. Do you get what I'm saying? So focus on that strategy is very important. Build something in a different way. Everybody is building. Like he rightly said, there is nothing that you are doing. The only thing you can do today that nobody has done is gateway to heaven. Just show me the door. God is behind it. There's nothing you want to do. Okay, maybe find a cure to cancer. But even that one, you will deal with big pharma companies who are currently selling cancer drugs. They won't let you easily thrive. There's nothing you want to do that You are not coming into a competitive space. Do you think there were no real estate companies before he came into play? No. But he came into that space understanding that I don't care who is currently playing. I'm here to play, and I'm here to play big. There were kid photographers before him, but he did not come to joke. Do you think it's bins to have a billboard at the mall that has been there for close to a year? I don't think there's anything. I don't remember what was being on that space. It's only TGP's pictures that I see every time I'm driving out of the mall. That's intentionality about strategy. So if, like he rightly said, if Coca-Cola, as big as they are still, I'm 100% sure Coca-Cola is working on the 2026 campaign. Campaign that does not change the price of the fact that I'm a tobacco. So if the big ones are building, I don't see a reason why the young ones should not strategize. Because the people who are big players are not even that, they don't want you to come. I need you to be very aware of that. As a big player in my industry as an event planner, I'm intentional about protecting the space up there. You think the job every morning is to share and bill and say, oh yeah, come, oh, how you doing? This is it. No. I'm not saying people should not come, but I'm going to be very intentional about retaining my position in whatever position that I currently am. Do you get what I'm saying? So as a logistics company who you see bigger people coming into space, sell emotions. This is the point where you really want to put value in place. Let people know. Then, like you rightly said, nothing stops you in also pushing a referral. You get what I'm saying? A compensation package for your existing customers. When you have issues like this, you are not striving. Don't strive to get new ones. Pay attention to the ones that you currently have. Because if at a point where a bigger brand is coming, if you are losing, to win what they have is difficult. But to lose what you currently have is an easy thing to do. So make sure it doesn't happen to you. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, excuse me. To add to what Mr. Shala just said, I just want to share a little experience. I covered for Boa Construction last year. So they came to see the governor. So when we got there, they introduced everyone in the room. And then they introduced one person. They introduced him as strategist. So what that person did in that room was just to listen and pen. Just listen to what every other person have said and was just writing and writing and writing. So when I got home, I started thinking, so they'll be flying someone with a private jet, giving that person free hotel, giving that person money, just to listen to conversations between two great people. So now that sends a message to me that if bigger companies can invest in such, because probably Absalom Adrabi does not have the time to start thinking of so much. They want to just strategize what is the next thing, what are we doing again. Before you know it, we went to Lafayette, so they sent their designer, the person who designed all their products, both cement, everything Boa has. Sir? Yeah, their graphics. The graphic designer, that guy who opened the system, is the one that there's someone that will be sending him different updates. So there is, maybe from this, there is grain on this, they are removing grain, they are adding something else. Those little things that we don't even count, they infuse them. It is the work of the strategy. So as upcoming business owners or existing business owners, if we are to just tell ourselves the truth, is that we should not just focus on our own field alone. That everything I want to know now is all about photography. We should expand our knowledge. Like just look at how, because strategies, I can actually borrow from what Mr. Shola just said today. I can borrow from different people's story and all that. So it is very important that now that we cannot afford to bring in a strategist, be the main strategic person, be the top person to strategize the whole thing and borrow from left and right, just to make sure what you are doing works for you. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Okay, so quickly, we're rounding off now. This is the last question that will be coming up from here now. He said, please, I have a question, and I'm planning on the product, but really scared about the competitors and even how to go about. Okay, and he's saying, I was told that to have my CAC registration,
Okay, thank you, sir. So it says, I'm planning on a product, but I've been really scared about competitors and how to go about it. I was told that before I can launch, I have to have my CC registration, and because it's a food production business. So how were you able to navigate? Do you think that all of these processes are necessary before I get into the market?
The first answer is yes. If you're going to play big, then you must go big. But first of all, do you have a market survey? Have you done your research? Have you sampled your food? Have you had other people sample your food? Have you gotten opinions on your food? Now, if you can have a local, when I say local, I mean people around you, buy from you, what are you doing with your resources? Are you saving some? Are you spending it all? All of that you have to consider, because nobody will give you free money to register your business. Nobody. It's your problem. You have to solve it. I hope that answers the question.
Okay.
Okay, talk.
Okay, thank you. So, two approaches. If you are starting the business, it's a different approach. And I think if you want to 10x the business, which is what this whole conference is about, is also another different approach. So, we've lived in the fantasy before now that started scared. Once you start, you then go big. There are a number of those sayings. Just start some. Do it afraid, and you can start small to go big, and all of that. And I think those sayings are causing more problem than creating the solutions. Right? There are some things you really cannot start small. You say, for instance, you're in a food manufacturing business, that pharmaceutical industry that requires you to have NAFDAC registrations and all of those prominent registration before you get to start. So you must have them before starting. So we should not downplay entrepreneurship in a way that just do it some way. The solutions will come along the line and all of that. And I think that's one of the core problems a lot of persons are having. So if you are just starting out and you really do not have any plan to, say, scale, or you do not have any plan to 10x, you do not have any plan to go bigger, right? You can do it the way you want. But if the plan is actually to do it and get answers at it, even when you don't have the resources to command those respects, right, you must have it mapped out in advance. Like, you know what you are operating in requires a limited liability registration. And you are just working on the scale of a business registration. So you must know well in advance that what you are operating in would require this kind of strategy and this kind of resources to work. And we should not downplay the part of investing in businesses. They've mentioned strategies and how you can adopt it to the business and all of that. Strategies function better when it is anchored on resources relating to monies. And when I say invest in it, I mean spend monies on the business. Because most time people just want to make monies off. We do everything just for survival. Let me just secure the next meal from this. Let me just save the day from this. 10xing profits in business actually require that you must leave the survival mood for that particular business. You must now start thinking impact with the business. Oh, there are 5 persons currently working here. How can we make 100 persons start working with us? There are now 1,000 persons working with us. So you have to make it more beyond survival. And that's how you would know that having the required registration, certifications before you kickstart is the right way to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, so what I was going to say is this. As a business owner, I need you to understand that there are cardinal points surrounding you. And what direction you go is as a result of how truthful you are to yourself and the business that you currently do. In terms of the analysis that you do, if there's one thing you would do to yourself towards the end of this year and the next 40-something days, is to analyze your business. There are some people who are excellently doing the wrong thing. Does that make any sense? You are excellently doing the wrong thing. And there are some people who are wrongfully doing the right thing. Does that make any sense? So I need you to look at it from a very truthful perspective. If you need to seek for advice and consultation, ask. Before you can even think of 10x, before you can think of, oh, you want to do CAC, you want to do this, you want to do that, there are very important questions that you need to ask yourself so that you can redirect that resource, either north, south, east, or west. That resource that you want to use for registration, for this, can actually be combined together to help you do the right thing. One mistake a lot of business owners or entrepreneurs, as we all call ourselves these days, make is not being able to answer the why. The why, if I ask him why did he start EVC, he's going to have a very cogent and long answer to give me. When he was talking the earlier on, he gave us a reason why he's doing 10x. Ladbash told us why he moved on to space out. Why? That why is very, very important. Of high and mighty people in Kwara were arriving. There was one, I don't want to use the word touts, that arrived without entourage. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, when he saw me, he was like, Shola, he went to meet the clients that hired me and wanted to spray the man. Now, it seems like a joke, but one thing I took from that is, if he was going to say something derogatory, he had access to that man. Do you get what I'm saying? He was in the presence of greatness, and he could either make or mar me, as minute as I might have seen him. So pay key attention to your circle of influence. Very, very, see, for example, I'm a member of a group at the moment that we call the stakeholders. Now, it takes a lot to be a member of stakeholders. It's not because of money, you get what I'm saying? But it is, one thing we pay close attention to is the influence that you are bringing to the table. The capacity that you are bringing to the table. They look at it before they even allow you to join the group. So be very intentional about the circle of influence. I say it, I might not be able to call the governor directly, but I think I can call one person that will call the governor. I might not be able to call Tinubu directly, but I think I can call one person that can call him directly. That is influence. Do you get what I'm saying? Meaning that if I want to reach Space Out, I may not have his number directly. All I need to do is do what? Call Ayo, and I can reach him. That is what? Influence. Don't joke with the circle of influence that you have. You will spend less, you will get greater value, and you build better connections for your business. And 10xing is definitely going to happen. Thank you.
Okay, as I was speaking, I jotted some things, and that's just, I'll be picking my own conclusion from there on. So, to 10x, it begins from your mindset, your mind. There is no how you want to double something if you don't have a big heart already. So it begins from your mind. And what I want to say to people here today is that there is no limit. They will always tell you that he has read over 200 books. Did his head crash? No. So now there's no limit to what you can achieve, especially when it comes to building yourself. Keep building yourself. This 10x of a thing, do you know there are people, it is customers that will, if you want to build up, it is customers that will tell you, no, this is not your level. There are, okay, for example, when Mr. Shola said he was charging 60,000, And he just decided to say, okay, because they are mentioning 60,000, somebody else is mentioning 70, let me just say 150. Those customers who are begging him to take 80 build his ego to continue on that level. And that's because he is good at what he does. So now there's no limit to what you can put into yourself. Keep developing yourself. It is customers that will tell you the next phase where you are to go. Amen. Sorry, I'm from a clergy family, so it's just one of the things we are so used to. Okay, so then I had something here that the people we see at the top, that we just be like, oh, Tuyi has gotten this place again for another complaint. Oh, wow. It is because they have, and they still pretend as if they don't have, they still want more. So for you to 10x, don't be relaxed. Don't be so. Some people, honestly, if you give them 100K this morning, they are not going out for 3 days. They will just sleep and relax. That almost as least I don't make something. And there are people that you give 10 million and they are still on the road running for 1 million. So that is the spirit. You need to have that lion heart, and at some point you need to become the main lion. Like, just be on the race, looking for more. But not just looking for more. You should also be looking at the impact. The more impact you can make, because it is okay for somebody to say, just like Mr. Shola said the other time, that you can be delivering something poor and you are still proud about it. That, oh, what I'm doing now is what. It is people that will tell you the next phase to go. And the last thing I have to say is that while trying to, level up and 10x your current stage, try to be so polite as possible. Don't be arrogant about it. There are people who cannot afford you today, but tomorrow, not because you are going to be poor, they are going to be richer. They will be able to give you times 20 of what you are doing. So if you don't, if you're not careful when you are doing that, it might pass other message to them. So while trying to level up, try to make sure that you communicate to people so that they can get the message, so that they don't get you wrong. So that is our take home that I'm going to drop, that make sure that you do it politely. Just make sure that you know how to handle it carefully, because sometimes we lose all while trying to look for, take more. We lose more. So now the best way not to lose more is to make sure that you communicate. There are people that have patronized me before, and now they are not coming to us. They won't even come to my DM to come and ask. Just because they have asked someone else's that, how much did you do this from TJP? They won't come and ask me. And I won't feel offended that they have gone somewhere else. Some people are so emotional that they won't even greet you again because you don't patronize them. It is not their fault that they cannot afford you now. So at the time you start building up, let's learn from Peak. They have their big sizes, and they have their, it is not everybody that will create that small sachet, that will create a very small package. You can decide not to have a small package for people to have it. Like, there's no how you are talking about MC in Ilorin now. Okay, there's no how you are talking about 100,000 naira land. And you need a plot of land for 100,000. And you go to EVC. They don't have it. And it is not their fault. You understand? So there's no how you are looking for MC or 50K today now for a wedding, and you are thinking of Shola Man. So now, he will not be angry at those people who don't come to him at all. Believe me, as he is, he would be able to tell you his friends and families that did not even reach out to him that they have events, or probably reach out to him and they didn't even talk about job. So you are going to put yourself on that level, and it's not going to be fight. If you have the capacity to do more for them, just do more. And if you don't have the capacity, just make sure that you are not the type that is leveling up and is arrogant about it. Please, we don't take that again. So thank you, and God bless you.
Sorry. Okay, add to the question.
So the right word for that, just go professional. Go professional. There are ways you can craft a message. You see some persons, by the time you are angry, you go to their DM and all of that, and they would respond to you by first saying, "Good afternoon, sir. I know this might have come off at the wrong timing. We are very sorry. This, and that." Try to inculcate it into your business. speak to people professionally. I know of persons that ordinarily would not have consulted or done any business with us, right? But the way they were able to go professional about it. So some persons cannot fit into the cadre of what you are offering, cannot fit into the scope of your service, of your service value. Don't chase them away. Don't just chase them away. Have a model in place. By a model can just be a message. That's a model. Just have a message in place that you send to people that is very, very respectful. You can tell people they are not serious in a nice way, and they will feel they are serious, right? It's the same way you can tell people that what you are telling or what you are asking from my brand is inconsequential to what we are offering right now. But you can communicate it in a very, very modest way that they will not feel bad about it. So go professional. Stop talking to people casually. Stop engaging people in ways that would spark that part of them that you don't want to see. So go professional about it, and you would have the day. Thank you.
Okay.
The fact that I did it 50K last year and I'm coming back again now to do it 70K is a reason for me to be hungry. So it is the way you now communicate with them that will now let, and customers can be so funny. They will tell you, I have contacted Lagbaja and is ready to, you understand? So it can be like that. So as I said, go professional and, just remove your own. The anger issue as a business owner, you are going to bury it somewhere and, face the reality. Thank you.
Okay, so what I wanted to add to this is have your 10x touch. Let me explain to you. You might, and I think this further cemented in my mind when Mr. Raji was talking about the problems he had in the business and some of the boys were going somewhere. Have your 10x touch. Have that thing. You can create a system and you create an automated system in such a way that up until there's a touch of Shola in it, the client still feels something is missing. Do you get what I'm saying? Let there be a difference in your presence in the whole thing. You see, that difference is exactly what they are paying for. Let me use photographers. One of the biggest photographers in this country, his name is Bedge. Bedge is the one that started what a lot of photographers are doing now, where they will send you packages. They will say package A, the Sonia package. It comes with 2 photographers minus Bedge. Package B, it comes with 3 photographers minus Bedge. Package C, it comes with 4 photographers including Bedge. He has set you up in such a way that you can only start from C. Because why am I hiring Bedge without Bedge? Do you get what I'm saying? And you see, clients have, and the way they do it such a way that when you now hire A and B, again, larger events, you will be calling upgrade C. You will see the difference. So let's ensure that you have that difference and that touch, because at the end of the day, you are the visionary. You are the one who sees the big picture. Your staff might have an ownership mentality, but they cannot see it as much as you do. No matter how much you put it to them, there's always a selfish play always comes into place for them. Make somebody the GMD Kinika or the CEO Kinika of Dangote today. They still want what Dangote has. Despite the fact that they are at a position where some people are currently fasting over. Do you get what I'm saying? So if you are running a business where it's not a product that can function in your absence, where a bit of you is part of it. For example, there's a touch of human elements in real estate sales. There's a touch of human elements in event planning. There's a touch of human elements in photography. There's a touch of human elements in interior decoration. Decorating a house in the absence of the decorator is different from how it feels when you're talking to, am I wrong, sir? It's a different feel. Because the vulnerability of the clients and the way they even talk is different from when they're talking to your staff. Correct me if I'm wrong. The way, as I am like this, sometimes my friends will say, you want to do everything yourself. Do I delegate? Yes, but do I micromanage 100%? I'm the guy who will send you to a meeting and be in that meeting. Oh, Lewa Bate Major. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm either there physically or I'm there on the phone, hearing everything, so that I'm mentally behind you, gauging you to basso or mole wally. Do you get what I'm saying? So ensure that you have that 10x effect yourself. You yourself are that 10x that you want to take your business to. Have that addition in such a way that your presence in it makes the client even pay for more. I'll give you an example. The way I will buy land from EVC staff is not the same way I'll buy land with Fola. The way we are going to close deals is not the way I'll close deal with a staff. I can string his staff along and be like, okay, let me think about it. But he's my friend. He's a yes, no, or give me 3 weeks. Do you get what I'm saying? It's more concise because we are dealing with the boss. The difference is also the way he also markets me is different. He's not going to start from, so I see a vacuum, I see, so there's a property, I see that you're interested in this, I think you should do this. Because that's a 10x effect. So also ensure that you bring it. Now, there's one last thing I want to say. Please and please, if there's one thing that I've realized over my 2 decades of doing business is what I'm about to say. Because they are your friends does not mean you should do business with them. And because you do business with them does not mean you should become friends with them. Never mix it up.
So, I would say they have overflogged the entire topic. But there's one thing that's still missing. For us, times X our profits, we have to expand. We have to grow. We cannot be in every place at the same time. You have to find a way to develop those systems. If you don't develop those systems, your values will be trickled down by your staff. Your clients will begin to devalue you. And the times 10 that you are looking at will become divided by 10. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sirs. We are super grateful. We've come to the end of this panel session. How many of us were impacted by this wonderful session? Can we give a round of applause to our panelists? Thank you so much, sir. So now we'll be doing the picture session. So we'll be... Okay, so we'll be doing the picture session with the panelists, myself, and the speakers also. All right, thank you so much, sirs. Thank you so much.
Super. All right, so can we please celebrate our panelists once again? It's great having them here. Okay, so Mr. Debo will be taking over from there. But I would like us to, we have our vendor spots at the back there. So please reach out to them, find out about what they do, how they do what they do, and patronize them. Get to discuss with them, get to do business with them. They are wonderful people. Thank you so much. Over to Mr. Debo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tenex, for that wonderful panel session and our panelists. So now we're coming to the end of today's program. And please, before you leave, network with somebody. Tell them what to do, your business, your product, or your brand in general. And also, if you would like to collect certificate of participation, please send a message to the Instagram handle at 10x your profits, and they'll work on a or software copy of your certificate of participation. Can we please rise up on our feet as we take the national prayer? Can we please rise up on our feet as we take the national prayer? We've come to the end of today's program. At the count of 3, which is the second stanza of the Nigerian anthem. 1, 2, go. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. I remain your wonderful host, Mr. Adebo Damilola. Do have a wonderful time, and I hope to see you guys next year.